This is the one I'd say, yeah, that's absolutely what I want. I would look at that and I'd say, yep, give it to me.
Hi, friends. Host Eric here, host Talking with Famous People. And now that I'm back in here, I'm going to go back to Rachel. Rachel Lapaloosa. They call her Race to the L to the Appaloosa. All right, so Rachel, people will be able to hear you by the mic here, but they won't be able to see you. Okay.
Okay.
And okay, so Countess, once again, you come in here and immediately off topic. All right, we have an important topic today. Countess, I didn't kick anybody out. I just put them on timeout. It's not a big deal. Relax. I'm about to put you on timeout for just rolling in here and immediately bust my chops for no reason. You know what you need? I know what Archangel needs. Archangel, I need you to do a little havening. I need somebody to haven Archangel. Can't Krishna Sarmapu, can you haven Archangel for me, please?
Internet haven.
Rub the shit out of her face, okay? Basically, treat her face like a pizza you're patting down.
Come on, baby, be my pizza.
Yes, whole food spread every day. Those terms there. It was my kid broke. There was 8 kids who broke in the field. 6 of them were Harvard Westlake kids. My kid was one who broke, and one other kid from another school broke. None of the Marlboro girls broke, which is crazy because they're really good. But this high school novice and the Harvard Westlake 9th graders were great. But whatever. I it's like it made me so mad. I can't wait to see the fucker in the middle school TOC. And then I remember, well, they're not middle schoolers, so I'm not going to see them again. They're high schoolers.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So broke means, that means basically you make the playoffs. Okay. So you started a field of, let's say, this is a fairly small field. Let's call it 24 to make it easy to do the math. And they broke 8. So it means they eliminated 2/3 of the field. They broke 1/3 of the field. Now that's a fairly large break, but they wanted to do that because otherwise it would have just been a closeout. So, for example, it was a closeout in the end. My kid lost in quarterfinals, and Harvard Westlake closed out, which means when all that's left is Harvard Westlake kids, then they stop the tournament. I mean, it's over, right? Because you can't debate against your teammates. So, for example, if you hit your teammates in outs, because typically they don't break brackets. What that means is when they choose the teams to make the out rounds, the 8 people, 1 goes against 8, 2 goes against 7, 3 goes against 6, 4 goes against 5. Now, if 4 and 5 are on the same team, then they don't debate. The coach advances whichever one they want, or they advance the better performing team automatically. It depends. Regardless, so when I say he broke, that means he made the first cut and then he lost in quarters. But I felt pretty good about it because none of those Marlboro girls made the cut, and those girls are really good. And also, one of the reasons I felt really good about it is because it proved my AF is what it did. It proved my AF is badass. Because in the 6th preliminary round, he had to win that round to advance. And he went up against an undefeated kid from Harvard Westlake who was 5-0. But we were on AF in that round. And he won. So even though my kid was 3-2, 8th grader 3-2, and 5-0 Harvard Westlake 9th grader in novice LD. Keeping in mind that Harvard Westlake has one of the strongest big teams in the country. They're super badass. They had like multiple coaches there who were, on call basically, like at the after he finished prepping his kid for the quarterfinal round, that where his kid ended up beating my kid, I saw one of the coaches from there. Okay, I'm out of here. Remember, anybody needs any prep done, we're on call, we're ready to go. It'll be there, boom. And it's like Harvard Westlake's got money. They got a lot of money. It's the equivalent of Marlboro. In this particular instance, Marlboro novices lost to Harvard Westlake novices. Of course, nobody cared what's happening in the novice division, except for me and the novices and stuff, because they also had TOC bids at the tournament. Small tournament, but it still had TOC bids for semifinals and finals in LD. And what that means is you also had some people who were very, very serious varsity bidders. The judging there was just mwah. I just wanted to be like mwah. Although it bit me in the ass in the last round because we got 3 hardcore policy judges, and my kid needed to run topicality. He didn't run a proper T-shell, as they say in policy debate. And it's like, normally in LD, you don't need to really run a proper T-shell because, after all, it's not policy debate, and they're not running a plan, really. But in this particular round, the kid actually happened to be running a plan. Topicality, therefore, absolutely appropriate. And we happened to get 3 super hardcore policy judges, which normally would serve me well. But in this particular round, happened to just sort of blow up my face. But the slabs have reasons for this. I tell you, the reasons the slabs have are big and bold and bouncy. Anyway, I got off to a roiling start before I really got a chance to get into the topic and my guest sitting with his bottom on the chair instead of sitting on it on his head as he has in the past.
Indeed.
I also have remotely from New York City, the lovely, the wonderful, the true, just, and fine, the Grand Canyon of canyons, the Everest of mountains, the whatever trench of deep places in the sea.
Mariana
Trench, thank you, Cameron. The Miss USA, Universe, Galaxy, and Continents all combined, Rachel Appelosa.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. I did a sliver of the list of her accomplishments as well.
Well, we don't hear without host Derek, so.
Thanks, Rachel. Hi, Octavio Silva. How are you today? I hope you are doing well. And Jake Hurwitz, how are you? Yeah, Jeffrey lost his quarterfinal round, and he should have lost it. Even though the AF was running some bullshit, brazenly, just like spit in your face, brazenly non-topical AF. I guess you see that in that sense, I got a little out coached, or I got outsmarted somehow, because the reason you'd run that shit like that, just so brazen and just unapologetically non-topical, is if you know your opponent doesn't know how to run T properly. And of course, I don't know. I suspect, well, of course, with that team, they chat amongst each other. They come in as a powerhouse team. I used to have teams like this where you've got 5 or 6 great debaters, and they're talking amongst themselves in between rounds and prepping each other out for each other's cases and stuff. In this tournament, everybody flashed everybody else their case, which means before the round starts, there's an email chain. You want to read their evidence as they're reading it, to read what the parts they don't read say. So, like, a card might say, if Iran does not stop using nuclear weapons today, it will certainly lead to Armageddon. And then it could say after that, in the words of speculative futurist Moonbeam Simpson, and they just not read that part. They not read the part that says "in the words of," right? So when you flash it over, then you read your opponent's case as they're reading, and then you point out, like, my opponent's own evidence says in the words of speculative futurist Moonbeam Simpson. So how much weight should we put into this evidence, right? Well, that's why they put it back and forth like this. You can look at your opponent's evidence and catch shit like that if you want. Anyway, we've
Seems
totally
like
gotten
it'd
away
be a
from
lot-
hating.
It'd be really hard to BS stuff if they had the real evidence in front of them.
Yeah, it's hard
That
to BS
seems
stuff.
like full on legitimate, like you're responsible for everything you do. None of this, just make up some BS.
No makeup BS. Like this is if you look here at this email right here, like so this I was on the email chain on this one. This is what I received from the Harvard Wesley kid. So these are all the cards he read, and I'll read for those of you that can't see it. I'll read a little bit of it, but it just says. First card, Stevenson 17, nuclear war will not lead to extinction. Their claims are hasty generalizations. And it's got a bunch of stuff. The evidence goes. The highlight part that they read says, to consider the lethal effects of an all-out nuclear war, we're going to launch a sizable fraction of the full Russian and NATO arsenal. And it reads a bunch more, okay? That's one card, but the initial case, that's the only one card there.
And this one has the yellow highlighting on it, which kind of indicates the part of the card that one would read. And is that
that's
in
part they read out
addition-
loud.
So is that a requirement for them to have it this deep, or is this just lucky that you got their highlighting?
No, you have to show the part you read by highlighting it.
Wow, this is like straight up SAT test, Eric.
And so, like, look,
Damn.
the thing is, like, let's say
Okay.
he were to read something like this card here, and say, oh, there it is. There's the 1AC. Like this. So this is his 1AC. Okay? This is all stuff he reads.
Yeah.
And if you were able to see this here, it's a bunch of debate cards and whatever. But like for this card here, it's if he were to stop reading the card like this. The demise of the INF became official in 2019. The United States and Russia began a blah, 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 treaty had long banned. The United States has adopted a bullying and derisive tone toward China and Russian competitors. And I stopped reading the card there. And I went on to the next card, right?
Mhm.
I would get in trouble if I didn't say, cut the card there.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
because I can't reference anything from this part of the card in argumentation because I didn't read it.
Wow. Yeah. Okay.
So this
It's like
is
a Rubik's cube of
well,
stuff.
yeah, these people spread, so they got a lot of stuff done in their 6-minute opening speech. There's a 6-minute opening speech here. And they read all of this shit, all 15 pages of this shit in 6 minutes.
Wow.
I mean, it's not like 15 full pages. It's how much I can show you this.
I've practiced that so many times.
Say again?
I would have to practice that so many times.
Yeah, it does take a lot of practice. Well, I mean, in fact, these Harvard Wesley kids were between rounds sitting there practicing spreading. So yeah, it takes a lot of practice, and it paid off. Obviously, this one I'm going to share. Get shareable link. Get shareable link. Get shareable link. Take a look at the shareable link. Everybody see what a shareable link this is if you want to see it. I'm going to put it here for you, Rich, in case you're curious. If you don't want to look at it, don't feel obligated to at all. But just in case you are curious, it's right there. I can open it for everybody in the room. Oh, that's for upgrading only. My bad. Next, I've got to put it over here in this license. People can look at it as well. So this is the AF case that was read in the first speech of the Lincoln Douglas round that I judged, and this is what I received in my email as part of the email chain. And basically, it'll give you a good sense of what kind of stuff, what like advanced level LD, how the casework is done, how it's prepped out. They use a certain kind of, there's a specific program that's made for cutting debate cards that most like full blast debaters use. I don't use it because I I'm just a little bit more. I like to have my fingers on every aspect of it a little bit more, you know.
Is this system where you have to share this much of the stuff? Is it as legitimate debate as where you just have to be prepared for what you think someone's going to have? I mean, what do you think about this as a compared to not sharing it? I mean, when I did those few judging events, you know, I never had any.
I mean, it would be impossible to write down the arguments if you didn't. I mean, you could, but and the thing is this: the only reason I would argue that not sharing it is not a terrible idea is that it forces everybody to, well, it forces your opponent, the two debaters anyway, to listen super hard and try to write down every little detail as best they can. In other words, to process more language more quickly with their ears. But the problem with it is there's a powerful impetus for the debaters to both strain hard to listen to everything and to get every little detail out of it. There's not nearly as much of a strong impetus to make to make such a concerted effort. It's hard to float when somebody's spreading effectively, when they're spreading like full blast, because they're going fast, obviously. And the thing to note about that is, hold on a second, I'm trying to find something. I'm going to play a little bit of audio of somebody spreading. I did a voice recording of it, which is so people could hear what it sounds like.
Someone's going to be like, this is the most ISTJ thing ever. But I would say, like, if you're going into a kung fu match or something, that just seems interesting. Like, you would have to tell them all the moves that you're going to be doing. But then again, you go into a gymnastics or a figure skating competition, and they totally are responsible for certain, no, I'm going to do this, and this is the routine. We're going to do a double axel followed by showing like way too much butt.
I mean, as far as I know, it's not required. Like, either person can say no, I don't want to do that, and then I guess they both don't. I think that's my knowledge, but almost nobody does, because everybody at the end of the day, you think, okay, do I want to be advantaged by seeing exactly what he is doing, even though I got to give him my shit, or do I want to not give him my shit and not see what he's doing? If they're spreading, then you go, I better see it, because the judge is going to get their shit. The judges, if you're spreading, the judges are going to be like, okay, include me on the email chain. And if you go, okay, well, I don't want to do an email chain back and forth. You're not going to see my shit. I don't want my opponent to see my shit. The judges are still going to go, okay, well, do you want to put us on an email chain? And then he's not going to put you on? Okay. That might be fine. It might be better to do it that way, to have all the judges on the email and not the debaters. But ultimately, it's supposed to be about the argumentation. So the reason you have all their arguments in front of you is because you are supposed to be able to pick out where the argumentation flaws are, if they have any. If you've got an airtight enough case, then it's hard to do that. But there's so many different possible angles of attack. Like the problem with I finally figured out the best way to put it by the end of the day, the most concise way to put it, which is they were trying to fiat an outcome. You can fiat an action by an agent and then pretend that the action accomplishes its outcome in order to argue that the positive benefits of the action justifies undertaking it. But what they were trying to say is they were fiating not passing some bill that makes nuclear weapons illegal, but rather they were fiating the complete and magical elimination of nuclear weapons entirely, and forever without explaining at all how they were going to do that, and saying fiat just allowed them to do that because fiat is not understood that fiat comes from policy debate. It makes a lot more sense when you're talking about a policy plan, which is a specific advocacy where you go, I will have the federal government do meow, 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 than it's on a general advocacy. Now, this smelled like a more precise policy advocacy because it says states ought to eliminate their nuclear arsenals. But in reality, it was a general advocacy and there was not any specific agent specified. So it couldn't be really treated like that. And the only reason people can run plans in LD at all is because policy creep. Policy creep is a phenomenon in debate where everybody, it's like Lincoln Douglas is supposed to be value debate. Well, now Lincoln Douglas is one-on-one short policy debate about values topics, sort of. It's like policy creeps into everything. Policy creeps into public forum as well. Public forum is explicitly made to eliminate the crazy shit in policy. Except the reason the crazy shit is in policy is because that argumentation style, those kind of things work well. So, for example, they eliminated counterplans in public forum debate. So, of course, people didn't run counterplans. They ran things like preferable alternatives that were not counterplans. And the reason they weren't counterplans is because they didn't have the formal counterplan shell of a debate, of a policy counterplan. But of course, without that formal shell, they're not counterplans. They're just preferable alternatives. Preferable alternatives shouldn't work in a debate round because, of course, you're supposed to be arguing one question first. Question is, should we do this thing here? Well, here's a preferable alternative. But we're not arguing about whether we should do that thing. We're supposed to be arguing about whether we should do this thing. After we decide whether we should do this thing, then we'll talk about whether we should do that thing. And the only reason we should do it being preferable alternative might be relevant is if it's so preferable and it's exclusive to the thing we're talking about right now. You're like, well, I think we should go to the beach today. You're like, well, we should go skiing in Idaho. Okay, well, that might be the case, but that's not the topic for it. We're talking about what should we do today? That's not even on the agenda of possible things to do. So, no. The only question we need to answer is yes or no on the beach today. Well, Idaho would be better than the beach. It's not an argument about the beach. It's an argument about how reality and your notion of what would be ideal are different. Thank you, Winston. So I'll bring us back to the topic. Now, please, Cameron, you've seen it. Is there any particular technique you think that makes a Bieber haven a haven?
I think it has to solve all of your problems immediately. But, it's probably like hiding your head in the sand.
Is it pushing like here? Is this havening?
No, I think you're kind of covering your eyes. It's more like...
this havening?
That is probably havening. Yeah.
And what's supposed to happen when you haven?
Well, I think it's probably supposed to stimulate some oxytocin, dopamine release because it sort of stimulates as a dog, your mother's tongue licking your face to clean your eye boogers out because they're so tasty in the morning.
Is Bieber an advocate of havening?
No, he was just a target of a news article because someone took a picture of him with his hands on his head. But
where did they get this word havening?
I haven't looked it up because I feel too pathetic doing such a thing. I just figure I'll pretend I know about it.
Rachel, any thoughts about the haven?
Well, I do know that, like for myself, I play with my hair that's a soothing thing. So why not something with your face?
Would you call hair play a pseudo haven?
Yes.
I see. I want to know, what is the core engine, true form, platonic form of havening?
Yeah.
Let's Google and find out.
The archetypal havening source is the mother cleaning the child with their tongue, literally. Not a sexual thing, but like
havening.
Like a dog,
What is havening and how does it work? Havening is an alternative therapy developed by Ronald Rudin. It relies on amygdala depotentiation.
I mean, when I'm exasperated, there are times where I put my hand on my head, oh, what's going on? And it does feel better. It's like, but I wouldn't say that it's a soothing aspect.
Methodology. Havening works through a change agent, a brain delta wave generated by a simple soothing touch on the palms, upper arms, and forehead. Oh, I guess I must have been pushing too hard. This wave interacts with the voltage-dependent calcium channel on a glutamate-activated neuron in the lateral amygdala. This interaction produces an intracellular calcium oscillation, activating a photophase state, which acts to remove a traumatically placed AMPA receptor. What the hell is this?
Some of that definition was absolutely 100% altered after this whole Bieber thing. I promise you that.
Oh. The official Havening website includes a listing of testimonials about Havening's effectiveness. However, the Havening research page does not link to any research studies assessing the claim that Havening is an effective therapy for any of the disorders listed on the site. One study has been published designed to assess that claim. In this study, 27 participants completed self-report measures of depression after a Havening intervention. Scores were better after the intervention than before.
You're Havening.
I don't think I am, because it says a simple soothing touch on the palms, upper arms, and forehead.
Oh, okay.
Just a simple soothing touch like this. There.
Well, it's certainly mystic, so.
Yeah, I'm feeling it makes me go like that because it kind of tickles. It makes me want to rub my face like there's been bugs crawling on it.
Do you see new universes while you hate it?
Thus far, I haven't noticed any really dramatic impacts from the Havening. I have noticed that my face may have had some fingers on it. Does that count as a Havening consequence? I'm not sure.
When one washes their face? Is it Havening when you wash your face?
Is it Havening when you wash your face? Good question.
Huh.
Maybe we should put a counter article out there about the Bieber thing. Bieber's a liar. Turns out face washing is equivalent.
Well, here's what I'm thinking, Cameron. We need to put out a warning. It's quite possible to accidentally Haven while washing your face. Be careful. Today, a woman was admitted to the hospital for overhavening after washing her face and accidentally triggering the Haven receptors dozens of times in a terribly short period of time, like a second, and she had to go to the hospital.
The Havening addiction, because of those amygdala calcium receptors, is pretty wicked.
Right. Well, she went too hard on them and they melted away.
Yep.
She's like, no, I need those. Somebody put on some Justin Bieber.
So, it just may be that the people who are washing their face a lot are addicted to the anti-anxiety effects of said Havening.
You mean face washers?
Yeah, the over face washers. What about the showerers?
The washers.
You know, the multiple showerers? I'm not saying there's anything wrong with them.
Well, as a general category, we can call both groups of people dim washers.
Water
Dim, filthy washers.
Californians.
No, not Californians, Cameron. Californians are cool. Like when you don't sneeze, when you were about to sneeze, but you don't, and it turns into a pleasant feeling.
Ooh.
I don't experience that as pleasant, Ankura Jason, but I know what you're talking about. It's the fizz. It's the fizz of pepper. It's a peppery thing, pepper. Go ahead, Rachel. Sorry, I'm sorry for interrupting you.
No, actually, interesting enough, you really actually didn't. I was thinking in my mind, and I feel like you read my mind. Because I was thinking, when you said Californians, I was thinking how it's cool how I'm an INFJ from New York and you're an ENTP from California.
True. True that.
an interesting thing.
I was thinking about making a video perhaps about things you might not think of that contribute to a healthy INFJ ENTP relationship. Some title more snappy than that, but something in that general method of titling, you know. So I was thinking, for example, ability to eat out at least fairly frequently is a fairly important thing for INFJ and ENTP because neither of us are cookers.
No.
And
I think that's
go ahead.
okay.
Hmm?
I think that's okay, right?
Yeah, it's great.
Like,
No, it's fine. I'm just saying because neither of us are really want to be spending a lot of SI time. The couple is best served when they are able to not have to spend too much SI time. In other words, ideally, you have where I was going to go with basically is supply of frozen pizzas, for example, is a important factor in ENTP and INFJ happiness that may get left untended to for a long time once you run out. Supply of sodas, important. Once you run out of them, you're not going to get more for could be years. It definitely could be weeks, you know. But who knows when you're going to get sodas again? Next time you go to the store, they may seem to be not a good price, or you might not feel like carrying something heavy at that moment.
are you trying to hint at something?
No, what? I'm saying that as ENTPs and INFJs, we like to have our SI things.
Yeah.
Rachel may be a little less conscious about it than me, but we both like to have our SI things, and we're both really bad at making sure we have them.
Yeah, you're right. Because it's last minute when we go out to get something. It is when like we're down to like one or two like sodas, or really sodas that like don't really taste too good.
Yeah. And it's like I've been out of soda for a long time, and then I know what I need to do. What I need to do is get non-alcoholic beer and soda. Then the non-alcoholic beer lasts longer. Instead, I just get non-alcoholic beer, and I don't get soda. I drink all the non-alcoholic beer. My problem reappears again. I'm like, well, this will solve my problem for now. I said there because he gets non-alcoholic beer, a couple six pack. There, now I have drinks for a while. That lasts 2 days, and then I have the same problem again. And I still haven't gotten sodas. And then if I had gotten soda, I could drink a couple non-alcoholic beers and then start drinking soda. But I can't do that because I didn't get the soda. You see what I'm saying?
I do. And I have a few. I do actually, like completely. We're on the same page, of course. I really do want to cook for you as well. I'm like weird about kitchen stuff. I learned how to cook like kind of on my own, and like when no one was in the house, so I was able to like be in my own flow without anyone over my shoulder. So I plan on cooking for you, just so you know. Like I like to make this pasta, with macaroni.
Obviously, Rachel, I'm sure I will love whatever it is you make, and I, that if you feel like making something, that'll be great, and if you don't, that's great too. Whatever, I just want to answer this question. Can you tell me what questions to ask someone to figure out if they're INFJ? I would suggest, what type are you, and are you an INFJ? If those don't work, I mean, you can almost like put together a couple of songs and ask them if they're good or not. And if they're very decisive in their answers and they're correct, then they're probably an INFJ. If they're decisive but not effusive, if they're decisive but not effusive in their answers and they're correct for all three songs, then they're probably an INFJ.
You're right. That's a good test.
Mm-hmm.
They're all. I do feel that I have a little bit more experience with music because of like my generation, like being kind of like cuspy. But in general, you are correct. It is indeed the INFJ who will pick the best song.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, hold on, I'm holding this bong rip. Yeah, where's his mom? Rachel's not actually in the live chat, I don't think. She's in the autonomy room. But I will read her your thing. Rachel Lapalosa, are you trying to plan a dinner for host Eric and his father and need dinner ideas? I think his father will be delighted if you do this. You know, censors like it when people are useful. I mean, Winston's mom right on the money there about that last bit. Or at least ESTJs.
What's the full question again? Sorry.
It says, Rachel Lapalosa, are you trying to plan a dinner for host Eric and his father and need dinner ideas? I think his father will be delighted if you do this. You know, censors like it when people are useful.
Trust me, don't I know it? I would absolutely love to make dinner for them. I'd probably make raviolis because it's something that I like, and like sauce. I'm not gonna sauce, so I'm buying it. I'm efficient in the kitchen. I like to be efficient. And it's convenient to make my own sauce. I'm so picky with sauce. I like to make my grandma's sauce recipe, but it was stolen from me. So it's like every other like sauce like can't compare. So I go for at least decent tasting sauce from the jar.
You know, Stephen Rain, you may be no dentist, but maybe you're not aware. Dentist is now a special innuendo, meaning something dirty.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure what, but
Right?
Yeah.
It is.
So if somebody asks you, like, are you a dentist? You know, they mean, do you like to, do nitrous hits with your anus while being tied to a post and flogged?
I think the dentists are the ones who light their farts while doing a YouTube video. How about that?
I did that. Yeah, I lit my fart.
Yeah, I remember.
Host Eric, please tell Rachel I thought I heard her discussing recipes. She did. I did not mean to suggest or recommend she do this. She has mentioned cooking to you before. Well, regardless of what you meant to do, you did recommend that she do that, and I agree with you. I think it's a good recommendation. However, I want to stress, there will be no negative repercussions if it doesn't happen. I don't care. I mean, the point is, like, I think it's a good idea. I also understand, regardless. That's the bottom line. It's not that I don't care. It's that I understand and won't be bothered.
I would like to. It's actually something that I really would like to enjoy. I don't mind putting in my time once in a while for that. It's when it's expected of me every day that I'm like, you are nuts. You obviously have no clue who I am.
Right. You want it to be something that you decide to do and deliver upon. Of course, ESTJ is always going to try to make that a scheduled thing because it's just their nature.
Yeah.
And we just got to be like, yeah, I think my dad's pretty on top of shit. He's getting the gist of the whole meals thing, right? Okay, so Archangel, you say the dentist invented the electric chair? Well, interestingly, an electrician invented the dentist chair. So, what a coincidence.
The patient wasn't, asleep enough, so we just wanted to kill him.
Well, yeah, he kept squirming when I was drilling into his teeth. But look, oh, he's dead, but look at his teeth. They are lovely. Flu schmoo, virus schmirus, boring schmoring. France like, I don't know, Everybody's gonna get the virus. Well, I mean, exactly. It's like everybody just chill the fuck out. It's not a big deal. Get a little virus. Most people don't even know they have it, or a lot of people don't.
Hey,
When
get
they get
this. There are immunizations that are already being developed, and supposedly within like a couple of weeks, there are going to be people who are immunized against the COVID-19 virus, about which we should not even care.
You know what it reminds me of? Swine flu. Remember when that was a thing?
Remember bird flu, swine flu, bird flu,
SARS,
SARS.
the plague.
Yes,
Open up a bar called SARS Bar.
And when you first heard of Ebola, we were told Ebola was at risk for spreading all around the world.
Even
Yes, right.
even AIDS and HIV. Now you can have HIV and be totally fine if you take a couple of pills.
Yeah, it's true. You're right.
All the diseases, we take care of them. We're cool.
That's what? I'm gonna be totally rude here. That's why I tell people with herpes. I'm like, yo, there's pills for everything now. Like, you're gonna be cured. Stop making it a big thing.
Yeah, but don't pull it out though.
I still include safe sex.
Yeah.
Desert INTJ, yeah, exactly. And that one, Ebola is scary. Ebola is a genuinely scary disease. But
Is that the flesh-eating virus?
But no, that's the shit that like kills the shit out of you. Desert INTJ points out Ebola is too effective to be a large-scale issue. It has limited capacity to spread because you get it and you're so ill, like you're like I don't know exactly sure what happens, but you die by bleeding out of your orifices and stuff.
Yeah.
Do you know what you can get hanging out with mice and rats in the air? There. Do you know what you get?
Cheese?
Hantavirus.
Hantavirus.
How about that one?
Who wants a hantavirus? Who wants a hantavirus?
Clap your hands 3 times, children. 4 times if you want AIDS.
Okay, everybody, Cloud's got a request, please. He'd like you to send him your semen. He's collecting semen, he's preserving it. I guess he's making semen preserves for a long winter. When he'll spread them on his toast. So everybody, please send your semen to Cloud. He is determined to avoid getting sick. He points out preserved semen, you won't get sick. And I guess, I don't know, that's just everyone their own way of staying healthy, I say.
Yeah. Turns out he's the guy who spread coronavirus.
Well, it was Cloud the whole time. He's patient 0. He'd be dead by now if it weren't for his vigorous, diligent semen preservation campaign. Cameron's with me here in the person room, and Rachel's with me here in the remote room.
Yes, y'all.
That's who's with me. 1, 2, 3. Old Mitt McGrath and Arch NG. Dick Currit and Anchor Jaw. Matthias Sanchez, Arch John Jaw. Anchor Jaw again. 1, 2, 3. Also Desert INTG. 55% death rate.
Oh my God, who is this mentioning SIV? Simian immunodeficiency virus? SIV? Who is that? Anchor? Props.
Anchor Jason Blood.
Props, bro.
Yeah. He's a Japanese person living in America, being an American, living in Canada, being a Canadian, and moving back to Japan.
Props.
Isn't that right, Anchor?
That's a lot. That's a lot of moving.
Yeah, I do believe he's in Japan. I don't know where he's from. I don't think Japan's his native land. He's from a native land of sand. Of sand and man, oh man, oh man.
He sounds like he could have a poem written about him pretty good.
Yeah.
He could do it.
All right, look, 1, 2, 3. If you want to write a poem, you can start with Cloud sentence there. I will fight coronavirus with my powerful chi energy. Good idea.
That's damn big.
That is.
Everyone knows that the universe of people is looking for chi energy.
It's my favorite kind of energy.
Mhm.
Because being a vegan and living what I would call the organic lifestyle,
Yeah.
I just don't really believe in fossil fuel energy, and I don't like to use that much, for example, kinetic energy or like I don't know, chemical energy or really any kind of energy except there's one kind of energy I do like. Chi.
The only thing I burn is human hair. That's what I cook over.
That, I mean,
That's
what?
good luck to me too. I mean, it's one of the human race's least favorite smells too.
I mean, it's an acquired smell. I like to burn it as incense, but it's taken me years to tolerate it. Uh, we are going to live together soon enough. Winston's mom will be together. I miss her. You know, it's like, what was it? I saw something today. I don't know if it was on TV. Oh, it was on TV. No, it wasn't. It wasn't a billboard or something that I was driving. Something about New York, and like my heart dropped into my stomach in this weird like rush of a specific anticipation and also like not fear, but like the almost fear that is attachment, I guess.
Hmm. And thank you, Winston's mom, for asking. That's very nice of you.
Um, I mean, I don't really think. I don't know. I have to. I'm not exactly sure what's gonna happen with all that shit. I need to talk to my dad. So I need to have that conversation. I'll probably have it tomorrow.
Take your time. I'm like, I don't want anything to be pushed. I don't think anything needs to be pushed. I think that things will move. No one needs to really be like pushing it. No.
Well, exactly. No one needs to be pushing it. You and I are on the same page there, Rachel.
Okay.
And those who want to push should have a conversation about whether or not I'm concerned about that. So I'm sure they must be too. We all need to know whether or not. Mm-hmm.
We're not sure.
Go ahead. Sorry. What are you saying, Rachel? You go ahead.
What'd you say?
Never mind. Oh, what I want to say is I don't remember what I was going to say about what I was going to say about.
I thought you were waiting for your next fart to come out.
No, I wasn't. I thought you would stay with your father until your mother was no longer here, and then maybe move to senior condo. Yeah, I mean, I expect that's probably what's going to end up happening. Is Rachel will move back into here. I mean, I'm going to just sort of explain the reality of the situation, which did not require her to move in right away, but I will explain it and see what he says, see what he advises. Anyway.
Can I say I'm just embarrassed because I think it's embarrassing I think it's an embarrassing situation that I'm in, and I don't like to have to that you have to explain such a silly thing.
Big T, let me pause. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Rachel. Big T, I do have a job. I was at Adventure all day today. I was at Adventure all day yesterday. You know, my clients and I have traveled to Berkeley. We're going to travel to Kentucky in the spring for a tournament. So I have a job. And that's why I need to talk to my dad. See whether it's going to be necessary to get a place. Hopefully, I'm not going to have to get a place. See, I had your your messages from now on because you know you're obviously just here to shit on me. You're presenting things that are false, and you trying to embarrass me or something. It's not embarrassing me at all. I live at my dad's house. I have a job, of course, but you know I don't need at the moment to work a whole bunch. I'm a member of my family, and I'm very lucky to be in the family that I'm a member of. And good for me. I'm happy about it. If your family sucks ass, well, don't try to shit on my family. Right? The problem isn't that my family's good; is that your family's bad. That is a problem, but not my problem. So there you go. In other words, go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself.
Right, well, song. Quiet boy.
Thanks, darling. You have a theory about haters also being stalkers? Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure that Big T would be like Tory, maybe. I don't know. Who knows? But that smelled like a Tory kind of comment. In other words, it was counterfactual. I do have a job. And in fact, we were just talking about not getting 1,000 yen. Wow. What? I don't know. Even I have no idea how much money that is, but thank you, Anchor Jason. But that's the first time I've ever gotten yen. That's fantastic.
That's like, where's Yen from?
Japan. I told you he was from
Wow.
Japan. Okay, you were invited for dinner, Jason. You were invited. That's what we get for ignoring his request for a dinner invitation, I guess. Yes, you are invited for dinner. So that's nice. I like the timing of it too, right after Hate Monkey came in. Yeah, I mean that. The thing is, here's the thing, Anchor Jason Blood. I gotta warn you, and you're gonna be a little bit sad to hear this. You're gonna have to come to us to eat dinner with us. We're probably not gonna meet you halfway between here and Japan. Okay. So, 1, 2, 3. I do not need glasses to notice your comments, and thank you for transmundulating it for me. $10. Thank you. Reading animals in translation currently, but this moment, these comments. Oh, there I see us, Cameron. Hate follow, and the psychology will emerge just like they do. Hate follow, huh? Interesting. Is there like psychology articles on it or something? Is it a phenomenon that psychology is aware of and writes about? Accountability
Probably.
avoidance syndrome.
It will be talked about.
Hate follow. Psychology of hate follow. These people get under your skin. They behave in ways you never would in real life, or even on Twitter for that matter. Reading their tweets makes you sort of reach through your computer screen and slap them. You continue to follow them, stewing into you doing your judgmental rage juices. Judgmental rage juices is great. There are no official statistics, but Digiday suspects that hate follow is even more common in the insular world of digital media and advertising. If hate following is your thing, better be in the agency or media business than, say, education. Two sides of people we love to hate.
Justin Bieber and everyone else.
Captain Obvious. There's pedagogue. This is about Twitter, though, specifically.
There's 2 types of people, Californians and non-Californians.
Compton obviously tweets painfully evident insights, but presents them as groundbreaking revelations. There's the pedagogue who uses Twitter to deliver condescending lectures to his admiring Twitter flock. There's the all too familiar social media guru and his close relative, the personal brand king, the oversharer, and yada yada. I don't know.
Can
I mean, this is the thing. This is not just. I don't just have hate followers. I have. I guess you would say. I see that the people who are attacking me as displacing their truncated growth urges and failure to realize those need areas onto me as me being bad, something like that. I'm not sure. I would like to have a clearer understanding. I mean, if anybody does have one, I'd be happy to hear it.
Would you like to hear something called the drama triangle?
Yeah.
Okay, the drama triangle is it comes from transactional analysis, like from the 70s, or maybe I don't know what decade it's from, but I heard about it decades ago, where you've got people who take these roles, these interchangeable roles of the victim, the persecutor, and the rescuer. So let's say I see you on the street and you're all down, and I say, "Oh, hey, little buddy, what can I do to fix you?" Well, I'm the rescuer, so I feel good about myself. You're the victim, and so you take that role. Persecutor, though, but guess what? You have to do it my way. No, I know you're having a bad day, but we got to do it my way. Now I'm persecuting you. And so then that person basically, you have these three roles that you can jump in between and have a dramatic experience where, some people really do like to have drama and it gets them charged. And if you're physiologically charged from having human interactional drama, instead of wheeling your bike and jumping your bike like the right way, like I do, if you get off having drama, then what would one call that?
Well, look, I mean, what you're describing there is, I would say, fundamental to all conflict, potentially, that involves, maybe not all of it, but a lot of it. But you're talking about elements that can be either legitimate or illegitimate. Like somebody can legitimately be victimized or play that role. Somebody can legitimately rescue or play that role. Somebody can legitimately persecute and play that role.
Mm-hmm.
It's never okay to persecute people. If it's legitimate, it's not any fault of your own. It's sort of morally neutral to be victimized, and it's generally considered a good thing to provide assistance to those who need it. But when people, I guess, do that, if there were to be a drama triangle like that, then one party would in fact have to, I guess, be willing to shift roles or something.
You just jump between them. Like 1 second you're the victim and you're receiving my rescuing, which we're both feeling kind of, it's reinforcing in a way, but persecutor is when, the dog bites, kind of.
Well, I mean, is this considered to be something that broadly impacts everybody in their relationships, or only is it considered to be unhealthy, only manifests as unhealthy?
Well, I think if you altogether take the role of victim, that's not healthy. If you completely turn your personality into rescuer, that is also not healthy because you won't meet your own needs. And then persecuting, obviously, would have some issues with being that, although, there are people who are probably paid their job to be persecutors.
Okay, but look, I would say that for most of my time in life, almost all of it, in fact, I am none of those things. And I'm playing none of those roles.
Yeah.
And
you're in the healthy zone.
But I would suspect that in any drama that does erupt, I'm probably playing one of those roles. If you were to change persecutor to prosecutor, I'm probably playing one of those roles, and that doesn't make playing that role a bad thing. It seems like there's a place for for an actual prosecutor
Yeah.
to deal with the persecutors.
And there are actual victims too.
Right. So
there are actual rescues. There's a rescue team in a helicopter that'll get you in 10 minutes up here. These are real things. So, but the drama triangle, I haven't read about it in like decades. But I remember it being interesting.
You know who I could see being involved in a drama triangle?
who?
Snooki. Snooki.
Mm.
Like she would be. I can see that personality. Kind of like there are some people who just like to stir the pot, but it's pretty unhealthy, I would say. And I would say that, like you said, it's not always unhealthy too. So it's like
playing every role in the drama is not uniformly bad or good, or it depends on how it plays out in the specifics.
yeah. I think I'm gonna be going to bed.
Yeah, I'm sorry it's late, baby. Good night. I'm sorry I kept you up this late, and I feel you, dog. I'm getting a little sleepy myself, but thank you for being here with us tonight. I appreciate it. You're my precious angel.
Thanks for having me.
Good night, Rachel. Nice to chat with you.
What'd you say?
Who said good night?
Nice to
Oh,
chat
good
with you.
night. All right. Good night, everyone. In the chat. I'm wearing this. So you know how you said that you like passed the sign inside like New York and like you felt things.
Yeah.
So yesterday I was like, I don't know, on about something, and then I remembered that I have this necklace that's the state of California, and I got it years before we even met. And it's so nice to have the attachment of you when I wear this.
I'm glad to hear that, my wonderful amazement bucket.
Amazement bucket.
You dip your amazement bucket into the well of my deepest, dampest, moistest love.
Oh my goodness! Look at Mitten, did I think of you?
Thank you, my precious wonder. Oh, big yawns for little Eric. Oh my gosh. Okay, Rachel, you go to sleep, darling. Don't stay up any later than you feel like. And I'll talk to you tomorrow, okay?
All right, good night. I love you.
Rock and roll. So, that's the end of Rachel's participation in this. But that doesn't mean it's completely pointless and ruined from now on. Okay? Don't completely dismiss me as even remotely useful. Come on now. So we may indeed have trolls incoming. If we do, then obviously we can let them say their little thing, and then boom. I'm always interested to see what kind of nonsense they're bringing this time. They've been vigorous with the thumbs downings, and what's funny is I've had a couple people ask me, and I've sort of generally picked up the gist that most people probably don't get that's probably just a couple of people. I mean, I'd be fascinated if my videos were actually making that many people mad, because the videos that they're thumbs downing a bunch of times, there's nothing to dislike about them or whatever. But the thing is, other people may not perceive it like that. I don't really care. So I guess that's what the trolls are trying to do, is they're trying to thumbs down a whole bunch. I would be shocked if YouTube didn't have some sort of code in there that noted if it was a bunch of different accounts from the same person and adjusted its response to the thing accordingly. I would also suggest that if I were YouTube, I'd find correlates for that kind of behavior, like the whole, not harassment, but just sort of, I hate you so much, I'm going to be, just spite. this is spiteful behaviors. Find evidence of that on channels, and where they find it, that's a good sign that channel is probably a-okay. Like it's not actually guilty or anything, because earnest goodness attracts the most spite.
Remember the shock jock.
Remember the shock jock. I'm not a shock jock.
I'm not saying you're a shock jock, but shock jocks got a lot of flack. And that still was activity and attention. And so to the big company, it doesn't necessarily matter if you're 100% positive Mr. Rogers all the time. You could be Ozzy Osbourne biting bat heads. And if you've got activity and people are purchasing those shavers that are for sale in between your videos, and they're purchasing those, you know, whatevers. I don't know. Internet heads? I don't know how to get money.
I'm not sure. Regardless, I guess they're interesting. They're more interesting than the absence of them. Not that I would have requested them, but you know. Have I had a chance to explain how all of the NFTs function, or how they can improve each function? Yeah, I answered that question. I said you don't. You don't improve them. You instead you have more complete metacognition about functions, so that when shit happens, you frame them that way in your brain naturally, and then naturally, what will happen is, because you'll be better able to recognize when a given attending is representative of, like, whatever, however you're attending at any given moment, you'll be better able to. Yeah, that I didn't take any of those.
Yeah. If you want one, let me know which one, or
I mean,
come up with
I
mine
guess-
or whatever.
Yeah, let me think about it for
Yeah,
a
go
bit.
ahead.
I might. I do want one, I think, probably, but not right this second. I just don't feel like purchasing an object right now.
Yeah, I understand.
Um,
I got a free mini bike, a gas-powered motorcycle thing with no license plate that I could have picked up today. Maybe pick up tomorrow.
that's fun. That sounds like an adventure in learning.
Learning, I already know how crappy it is, so it's an adventure in patience
I see.
and getting rid of it some interesting way.
Um,
All right, it's been fun.
Great, Karen. Thanks a lot for hanging out with me tonight.
Oh, hey, one question. It probably doesn't matter with the folks at home, but I'm doing the last paper thing. And so if 4 years ago, Candace gave you possession of that car, the car has like 126,000 miles on it now. How many miles do you think I might write for 2016? Any clue? Or just anything less than the number it is now?
I mean, here's the thing, Cameron. Any answer I might give you would be entirely unrelated to the relevant data. I have no idea.
Fair enough. I think their only relevant data is any number. I think is the relevant data. You put any number there. So I'll just put less than the number that it has now, and then that'll be.
Put more than 1 mile less.
Yes.
Figure I've driven more than 1 mile in that period of time.
All right.
All right, see you, Cameron.
Nice growing out with you.
Indeed.
And the kitty was just really loving on me.
Well, you can see how beautiful she is.
Little thing. That's right. You make the noises for me. All right, Senor. I'll catch you later.
All right, see you, Cameron. Yeah, Pee-Pee, she sparkles with the majesty of.
Eat a lot of cheese.
Oh.
All right, kitty, are you coming out or coming in?
No, she's staying in. She's playing annoying in and out kitty.
And I forgot the. Oh no, I have my own pocket. Okay. Late.
All right, what's the Russian bot narrative? I'm not sure what that is. So anyway, let me gather my thoughts for a second. Good stuff. That was a good one. It's juicy. Well, look, it doesn't really matter what exactly Putin did. There's no disputing that Putin is an active enemy of the institutions and habits of democracy, that he's trying to undermine the ability of people to meaningfully share information and to meaningfully engage in the political processes. I mean, to the extent that Putin is going to interfere, it's because he's inclined to do so for whatever arbitrary bullshit reasons he has. People are so concerned about conspiracies, like whether they're going to do this or this. The fact is, he's gonna mess with shit. He's gonna interfere if he feels like it. Why? Because he feels like it. Hi, George. The only chance for the country, as far as 2020 goes, is a brokered convention where I show up, get on the stage, and suddenly take the nomination out from under everybody's feet, which is theoretically possible. Nobody thinks it's a good thing, Archangel. Nobody's saying it's good that Russia interfered. My dad is the one who suggested it, interestingly. It's odd because my dad he kind of takes everything I say with a grain of salt, you know? And well, that's true, GKJ, right? And generally, he's kind of surprised when it turns out that I'm not really shitting or exaggerating or something. Like, when I first started coaching debate, I sort of got sense that he just didn't get what it was, I guess, at all. Right. I mean, the fact that my dad mentioned it, broker convention, I mean, it makes sense that he would mention it because I mentioned being president. He's a political science professor. Even though he got his PhD in philosophy, he had a political science professor job. The question is, how am I going to get my ass on stage at a broker convention? It's going to have to go there and talk to people, I guess. I mean, I am the modern James K. Polk. I like his style. I like his one-term presidency. He got a lot of effective shit done for the country. He wasn't ideological. He wasn't dogmatic. He was pragmatic and had the interests of the country foremost, but was also didn't engage in much abject wickedness as a lot of presidents have. How long a stream I'm running? An hour and 15 minutes. Perhaps I shall travel there to the convention. Perhaps I shall. Yeah, right. I mean, that's why I know about James K. Polk is that song. That song caused me to both know things about him that they say in the song, and also to research him a little further. Yeah, I'm going to. I just don't. I mean, the thing is, I wasn't. It's like I was thinking 2020, and then when my mom's whole thing came up, and it was just like, okay, this is not going to happen for 2020. I'm gonna have to start taking care of my mom, and no way. And then when all of a sudden the path clears open again, all of a sudden it still seems too late. It's like obviously I'm not going to get any primary votes, so I think this is not going to happen this year. They can even potentially run. I have to start running 2024, but I need advice basically. I need advice from my dad. I don't know. Yeah. So slabby. Everything's so goddamn slabby. It's astonishing. I think I'm almost ready to. It's like coming very soon. This conversation with my dad. There's a couple of things I still, I guess, need to drop into place. No, I anchor Jason Blood. I am not a career politician, and I'm not particularly interested in being governor of California. Although, and put it this way, what's wrong with California is not the governor's office. What's wrong with the country, federal government, has a lot to do with the presidency, not just this president, but as an institution. I guess I have to sit down with my dad and say, Dad, look, you and I both know I'm pretty talky. Talk pretty big talk. And it's getting down to the point, though, when I'm realizing, at the time I talk, I always fully believe it and everything. That I'm floating right now. I'm waiting for Rachel. Well, even when she gets here, I need to make a decision about what it is that I'm doing here. And if, in fact, it's plausible to make some sort of crazy late run that at least gets me publicity for 2024 by crashing the Democratic convention or something, is that plausible? What would it take? What should I do, Dad? I could go get a full-time job and go work the grind again and make money and take care of Rachel and stuff. I don't want to do that. I don't think you want me to do that. But maybe you do. I could, easily enough. I don't want to say that to him. I don't think he wants. I don't want to tell him what I think he wants to do. I don't even want to tell him what I want to do or not. I want his opinion on what I ought to do. I said, I need to talk to him better than that. I need to say, I want your opinion on what I ought to do going forward. And just leave it at that and let him draw out information as he sees fit. If he doesn't want to draw out any information, he already just tells me, you ought to do that, blah, blah, blah. Well, then I'll know that giving him any more information wouldn't have done any good anyway, because he doesn't listen to me. I mean, that's what the gist of it is. He doesn't listen to me. But he does talk to me. So I can ask him questions like, What should I do? Or what do you think? No, I don't need to practice. I don't think you got it quite right. Basically, I need to tell my dad, Rachel's coming out here. She is going to be, her housing is going to be covered by her dad for a couple months due to the ridiculous and abrupt nature of her having to move. And I need to know what you think I should do regarding this. It's possible. It's plausible for me to. I just leave her in that and see what he says. If he asks me a question, I'll answer it. Have I ever been at a loss for words? Sure, plenty of times. I'm not at a loss for words very often anymore. It takes a lot of SI practice, a lot of SI build up to get where I am right now. And part of why I am so effective at having an answer for everything and the words for everything is that I practice it not just in my life, but in my profession. And the other thing is I have a really good family. My family was very loving and fair. And those are the two most important things in life. And accountable. Everybody in my family was always accountable. If my dad yelled at me, he came back later and said he was sorry if, in fact, I didn't deserve to be yelled at. Well, he's excited to have her come back for these 2 weeks, but he sort of took proactive steps to be like, now she's going back, right, at the end of 2 weeks. So I'm going to have to talk to him about this. She's actually not going back after this trip, but she's not coming to live, but have alternate housing, which puts us in an odd space. Well, the thing is, I don't mind her having her own space for a little while. I'd like to see it. I mean, what is the ideal path that I would desire? I guess what I would say is this. I'd like to be enabled primarily by my father to travel across the country and begin campaigning. That's the answer. Thank you for asking the salient question, Anchor Jason Blood. I feel proud of myself because right. Well, that's the contingency plan, assuming nothing comes out of that conversation. That's the default plan going in. Well, this is what's happening right now. That's the thing I'm describing. I mean, it's weird. It's just like last time, frankly. She came out here and she was supposed to go back to New York. I always intended for her to go back to New York. And I just wanted to call them. I just wanted to call them and say, like, okay, Rachel's coming back to New York, but she's going to come back here after that and live with me. But she's got to stay there for a while. And I want to make sure, this is what I wanted to call and talk to him about. I want to make sure that when she's there, that you're not going to be making her stay outside for 12 hours a day like a dog. Yes, Rachel, look, everybody seems to think there's something like stunted or wrong with Rachel that, of course she has. She went to college. She went off to college. She graduated from college. She had a job and she lived with her boyfriend in North Carolina and worked her ass off for a long time. Um, Eventually, probably because she barely slept, working all these shifts, that relationship fell apart. Then she lived with another guy down there for a year. And yes, of course, she's had the normal life experiences anybody has had. It wasn't until her first psychotic break that, at which point she moved back to New York and moved back in with her family, unfortunately, in some sense, because she began deteriorating at that point. Okay, maybe I'm being sensitive. I'm being sensitive because I don't like the way that the circumstances and stuff have been exploited to some extent by some people to position things as one thing that they aren't. Nobody here, but just yeah. Makes me sad to think about the difficulties she's endured and the limited number of real allies she's had and the challenges she's had with not only persons. There's no. There's Thank you, Jason, but I'm in the small cabin. Okay, that's what I'm already in the small cabin. The thing is, my guess what will probably end up happening is that we'll come back here and live here, and my dad will just say, "Well, if she's gonna do that, she might as well just come here." No, I don't want her trash in my garage again. I can just hear him. My guess is that if I were had to predict, but I could be wrong. I'm awfully bad at predicting my dad. I predict people very well, and did I try to? I feel like some compelling need to predict. I can predict them quite well. I don't normally pay attention to that vector because I'm not trying to manipulate people, so I don't bother predicting their behavior very much. But look, I mean, the thing is, what it boils down to this is this. No, there's nothing I can do now, or anything anybody can say now that will help, because I already know exactly what I need to do. I need to sit down and have a conversation with my dad and hear what he says. Whatever else I have going forward from that, I'll go forward from that. No, I mean, look, she's coming here to stay for 2 weeks on vacation anyway. My dad already is excited about that. And in fact, while she's here, he made a point of booking for a trip for the three of us to Vegas. So, I mean, he likes Rachel. He's told me that many times. I like Rachel. I really like Rachel. And we're going to, he's excited to have her stay here for another 2 weeks. I think it's just an SI thing. Like, well, last time she didn't go home at the end of the thing, we had a problem eventually. That's freaking, that's the sort of reasoning that SI tool function uses. Besides which, like I said, I'm already in the cabin. This is the cabin. This is a little cabin, okay? This outside room. The big house is over there, but it's not far away or anything. It's just right over there. It's just you go out the patio and down the stairs and immediately up the next stairs and you're right there. Vegas will be open. Vegas is always open. I know Eric Moore. That's SI tool function. But the good thing is he does seem to get the basic NI concept that the reason it happened was that she stopped taking her pills. And as long as she keeps taking them, she's fine. And I think he generally gets the gist as well that something like that was a one-time thing. Because if I were to see her go crazy again, and first of all, I can tell when she's more or less glowing-eyed. When she gets into it, so to speak, she gets glowing-eyed. Like just like, okay, Rachel's a little bit what's going on with Rachel right now. Usually, most days I don't see it at all. Some days I see it a little bit when she's tired, when blah blah blah. When it stresses and shit, she starts getting a little bit of The thing about it is this. Here's what I believe about whatever kind of mental illness Rachel has. It was prompted by an environment or something that was contrary to her fundamental NIFE nature. There was a reality that kept contradicting the truth she saw. She said it was really fucked up and it hurt her, and she was being gaslighted, but not really buying into it because she's in an IDOM, but other people were buying into it and feeling paralyzed and helpless and yada, yada, all that kind of shit. And I think it's the story of Sredni Vashtar. It's Sredni Vashtar. That's what this is. Rachel's Conradin, and I'm Sredni Vashtar. I got to read this short story out loud. It's a very short story. It won't take long to read. I've read it before on a couple of occasions. It's so perfect. I want to read it now. Rachel is Conradin. I'm Sredni Vashtar. And Mrs. DeRop is Rachel's Mia, her brother / mom or whatever. Here we go. Get ready for the literature explosion of 1 billion lifetimes that you've never experienced before, but will always remember. Is everybody ready for that? It's a big promise right there I'm making. Stop. Stamp. STAHP, stamp. If you're like me, you love stamping. Here we go. Ready? I'll read it into the microphone. More closely, I guess. I'll move the microphone more close. Let me look at the picture so see what you see in the picture. I'll make it up taller, I guess. Like so. Okay. That's not what I wanted to look at. I wanted to look at this. Here we go. Sredni Vashtar by H. Munro. Conradin was 10 years old, and the doctor had pronounced his professional opinion that the boy would not live another 5 years. The doctor was silky and effete and counted for little, but his opinion was endorsed by Mrs. DeRop, who counted for nearly everything. Mrs. DeRop was Conradin's cousin and guardian, and in his eyes, she represented those 3/5 of the world that are necessary and disagreeable and real. The other 2/5, in perpetual antagonism to the foregoing, were summed up in himself and his imagination. One of these days, Conradin supposed he would succumb to the mastering pressure of wearisome necessary things, such as illnesses and coddling restrictions and drawn-out dullness. Without his imagination, which was rampant under the spur of loneliness, he would have succumbed long ago. Mrs. Drop would never, in her honestest moments, have confessed to herself that she disliked Conradin, though she might have been dimly aware that thwarting him for his own good was a duty which she did not find particularly irksome. Conradin hated her with a desperate sincerity which he was perfectly able to mask. Such few pleasures as he could contrive for himself gained an added relish from the likelihood that they would be displeasing to his guardian, and from the realm of his imagination she was locked out, an unclean thing, which should find no entrance. In the dull, cheerless garden, overlooked by so many windows that were ready to open with a message not to do this or not to do that, or a reminder that medicines were due, he found little attraction. The few fruit trees that it contained were set jealously apart from his plucking as though they were rare specimens of their kind, blooming in an arid waste. It would probably have been difficult to find a market gardener who would have offered 10 shillings for their entire yearly produce. In a forgotten corner, however, almost hidden behind a dismal shrubbery, was a disused tool shed of respectable proportions, and within its walls Conradin found a haven. Something that took on the varying aspects of a playroom and a cathedral. He had peopled it with a legion of familiar phantoms, evoked partly from fragments of history and partly from his own brain, but it also boasted 2 inmates of flesh and blood. In one corner lived a ragged-plumaged hoodoo hen, on which the boy lavished an affection that had scarcely another outlet. Further back in the gloom stood a large hutch, divided into 2 compartments, one of which was fronted with close iron bars. This was the abode of a large polecat ferret, which a friendly butcher boy had once smuggled, cage and all, into its present quarters in exchange for a long-secreted hoard of small silver. Conradin was dreadfully afraid of the lithe, sharp-fanged beast, but it was his most treasured possession. Its very presence in the tool shed was a secret and fearful joy to be kept scrupulously from the knowledge of the woman, as he privately dubbed his cousin. And one day, out of heaven knows what material, he spun the beast a wonderful name, and from that moment it grew into a god and a religion. The woman indulged in religion once a week at a church nearby, and took Conradin with her, but to him the church service was an alien rite in the house of Rimmon. Every Thursday, in the dim and musty silence of the tool shed, he worshipped with mystic and elaborate ceremonial before the wooden hutch where dwelt Sredni Vashtar, the great ferret. Red flowers in their season and scarlet berries in the wintertime were offered at his shrine, for he was a god who laid some special stress on the fierce, impatient side of things, as opposed to the woman's religion, which, as far as Conradin could observe, went to great lengths in the contrary direction. And on great festivals, powdered nutmeg was strewn in front of his hutch, an important feature of the offering being that the nutmeg had to be stolen. These festivals were of irregular occurrence, and were chiefly appointed to celebrate some passing event. On one occasion, when Mrs. Drop suffered from acute toothache for 3 days, Conradin kept up the festival during the entire 3 days, and almost succeeded in persuading himself that Sredni Vashtar was personally responsible for the toothache. If the malady had lasted for another day, the supply of nutmeg would have given out. The hoodoo hen was never drawn into the cult of Sredni Vashtar. Conradin had long ago settled that she was an Anabaptist. He did not pretend to have the remotest knowledge as to what an Anabaptist was, but privately He hoped that it was dashing and not very respectable. Mrs. de Rop was the ground plan on which he based and detested all respectability. After a while, Conradin's absorption in the toolshed began to attract the notice of his guardian. "It is not good for him to be pottering down there in all weathers," she promptly decided, and at breakfast one morning she announced that the Houdan hen had been sold and taken away overnight. With her short-sighted eyes, she peered at Conradin, waiting for an outbreak of rage and sorrow, which she was ready to rebuke with a flow of excellent precepts and reasoning. But Conradin said nothing. There was nothing to be said. Something, perhaps, in his white, set face gave her a momentary qualm, for at tea that afternoon there was toast on the table, a delicacy which she usually banned on the ground that it was bad for him, also because the making of it gave trouble, a deadly offense in the middle-class feminine eye. "I thought you liked toast," she exclaimed, with an injured air, observing that he did not touch it. "Sometimes," said Conradin. In the shed that evening, there was an innovation in the worship of the hutch god. Conradin had been wont to chant his praises. Tonight he asked a boon. "Do one thing for me, Srednivashtar." The thing was not specified. As Srednivashtar was a god, he must be supposed to know. And choking back a sob as he looked at the other empty corner, Conradin went back to the world he so hated. And every night in the welcome darkness of his bedroom, and every evening in the dusk of the tool shed, Conradin's bitter litany went up. "Do one thing for me, Srednivashtar." Mrs. de Rop noticed that the visits to the shed did not cease, and one day she made a further journey of inspection. "What are you keeping in that locked hutch?" she asked. "I believe it's guinea pigs. I'll have them all cleared away." Conradin shut his lips tight. But the woman ransacked his bedroom till she found the carefully hidden key, and forthwith marched down to the shed to complete her discovery. It was a cold afternoon, and Conradin had been bidden to keep to the house. From the furthest window of the dining room, the door of the shed could just be seen beyond the corner of the shrubbery. And there Conradin stationed himself. He saw the woman enter, and then he imagined her opening the door of the sacred hutch and peering down with her short-sighted eyes into the thick straw bed where his god lay hidden. Perhaps she would prod at the straw in her clumsy impatience, and Conradin fervently breathed his prayer for the last time. But he knew as he prayed that he did not believe. He knew that the woman would come out presently with that pursed smile he loathed so well on her face, and that in an hour or two the gardener would carry away his wonderful god, a god no longer, but a simple brown ferret in a hutch. And he knew that the woman would triumph always as she triumphed now, and that he would grow ever more sickly under her pestering and domineering and superior wisdom, till one day nothing would matter much more with him, and the doctor would be proved right. And in the sting and misery of his defeat, he began to chant loudly and defiantly the hymn of his threatened idol. Srednivashtar went forth. His thoughts were red thoughts. His teeth were white. His enemies called for peace, but he brought them death. Srednivashtar, the beautiful. And then, of a sudden, he stopped his chanting and drew closer to the window pane. The door of the shed still stood ajar as it had been left, and the minutes were slipping by. They were long minutes, but they slipped by nevertheless. He watched the starlings running and flying in little parties across the lawn. He counted them over and over again, with one eye always on that swinging door. A sour-faced maid came in to lay the table for tea, and still Conradin stood and waited and watched. Hope had crept by inches into his heart, And now a look of triumph began to blaze in his eyes that had only known the wistful patience of defeat. Under his breath, with a furtive exultation, he began once again the pain of victory and devastation. And presently his eyes were rewarded. Out through the doorway came a long, low, yellow and brown beast, with eyes ablink at the waning daylight, and dark, wet stains around the furs of jaw and throat. Conradin dropped on his knees. The great polecat ferret made its way down to a small brook at the foot of the garden, drank for a moment, then crossed a little plank bridge and was lost to sight in the bushes. Such was the passing of Sredni Vashtar. "Tea is ready," said the sour-faced maid. "Where's the mistress?" "She went down to the shed." "She went down to the shed some time ago," said Conradin, and while the maid went to summon her mistress to tea, Conradin fished a toasting fork out of the sideboard drawer and proceeded to toast himself a piece of bread, and during the toasting of it and the buttering of it with much butter and the slow enjoyment of eating it, Conradin listened to the noises and silences which fell in quick spasms beyond the dining room door, the loud, foolish screaming of the maid, the answering chorus of wondering ejaculations from the kitchen region, the scuttering footsteps and hurried embassies for outside help, and then, after a lull, the scared sobbings and the shuffling tread of those who bore a heavy burden into the house. "Whoever will break it to the poor child?" "I couldn't for the life of me," exclaimed a shrill voice. And while they debated the matter amongst themselves, Conradin made himself another piece of toast. So, that's Rachel's story. If you've not heard that story before, or don't quite understand it, or think it's too dense, weren't able to follow it, not sure what happened, it's worth checking out. It's a story about a narcissist and a child who solves his problem with magic. What disintegrates? Dave's disintegrating Nakacha. The naughty mistress went down to the shed with the French maid and they began to clean and dust it afterwards. Is that what happened? Did they invite Conradin? He was a little young, I think, probably at the time. Never trust the tea served by a sour-faced maid. I'm glad you think you like when I read Email Anthrax. I was a little bit mushy-mouthed. My mouth is not as deft as it sometimes is right now. I'm kind of tired and I don't know, some other stuff. I need to smoke a cigarette. I've been sitting here, I've been wanting a cigarette for a while now, but have not been able to locate one because I don't have one right in front of me. And I keep giving up or turning my attention to something else. Now is the time. Now is the time for wonder. Oh. Can you guys chat amongst yourselves, please? I gotta go to the car to find my cigarettes, which I must have left in the car. I'm gonna bring my llaves. We're gonna get into the car. Here are my llaves. I'll be right back. I found some large butts out there. I'm not talking about on women, not that kind of butts. I'm talking about cigarette butts. When you go outside and smoke a couple hits off a cigarette and you save the rest of it, and you go back outside and you light a new cigarette again, smoke a couple hits, save the rest of it, you never get around to smoking the safe parts, then there's no point in doing that at all. You're just wasting almost all of your cigarettes. What's interesting about that story is from the moment I first encountered it, it's been my favorite short story. And it's not until really right now that all the links come together. That story is about a narcissist hunter. It's Conrad and the narcissist hunter, but he's also the victim. But it's like he hunts the narcissist by way of appealing to or praying to this god, right? But it's not really a god; it's just a ferret in a cage. But it's not. So in other words, it's not the ferret's magic that ends up working. It's Conrad. It's via the ferret. I think that story. The ferret is doing what it does. Killing a narcissist to peer into its cage. It's an exact corollary for me and Rachel, except I don't leave at the end of the story. I don't go into the bushes and wander off. It's such a remarkable thing. I find it weird that I was always obsessed with that story. I was always obsessed with it because I thought it was such a. It's almost an impossible thing to pull off what he pulls off there in that story, which is it's ultra dense. That story is super ultra dense. Has almost no narrative in it. I mean, it has almost no dialogue in it, and it's still compelling and interesting. And you just want to read it to the end. But see, that's the key. If you're going to write a short story that's not built of dialogue, it's got to tell a great story like that in very just almost poetic density, you know? Why is life happening? Who are we doing it for? Well, see, this is the thing. I was thinking about this with the AAS people. AAS, one of the factors in it is, I think, there's no if you don't have an answer to that question, right? If you don't have any answer to the question of why does life exist? What are people here for? What is our purpose? Then that has certain ontological consequences necessarily. It's like you can't really feel certain about anything. I feel increasingly certain about things And the reason is because I have increasing clarity about that I'm okay. I have less doubt. I have less general doubt. Thanks, insert type. Yeah, I have less doubt. And what that means is like there are times when I push forward against the grain a lot, that I'm the outsider who's correct and everybody else is wrong kind of thing. That's a role I like to play. I find it satisfying to play that role. And, you know, I guess it probably began in life as just a way to be surprising. ENTPs hate not surprising people. So that's actually a really appreciated comment. Insert type is timely. I don't like being predictable. At this point, I'm less concerned about that vector a little bit than I used to be because I know why actually too. It's that I've chopped off that vector by having so much content. I've chopped out that argumentational vector. You repeat yourself, Eric, is a hard thing to accuse me of because, yeah, sort of, sure. You've got all these videos about the same topic, how boring. Well, for one thing, I realized people don't really make that critique ever. They just don't. But it was a critique I used to be concerned about. But I have answers to it anyway, which is now I'm not so worried about FE things in the sense I used to be. Like, I'd rather embrace actual truths and attain FE via the meta technique of actually being good and honest and just and true and fine and special and not shaping things properly, not just by shaping things properly. It'll happen to shape things properly in the consequence. So it's kind of like a win-win with awareness without really will, you know? The thing is, yeah, I'll negate that for a second in a second, Bacon. So the answer to the question of what's the purpose why we're here is ultimately that's the question you need the answer to. You need the answer to that one. You need to have at least it not be an active question. For me, I don't have a concrete answer to it, but I have this other answer that's like a concrete answer that goes, I am here for a specific purpose. It does link to morality. And my job, my duty is to be a moral agent, walk a narrow path, and to do what I'm doing, to be me, to do Eric and be Eric as I am, but to do so with increasing certainty of the righteousness of what I'm doing, because certain things I'm losing doubt in certain areas. Like, yes, okay, I really am right about this. I've tested it out enough, you know? And also to feel safe that don't worry, Eric, you're not going to fuck up in ways that you sometimes fear you will. You're not going to make a terribly bad choice. You're just not going to do it. And so trust your instincts, have discretion. When in doubt, don't act. And you can relax. You don't have to feel like, you know, God is your boss and he's looking over your shoulder the whole time, which is how I sometimes have been prone to feeling. You know, like, oh, yeah, don't fuck up, don't do it. I can relax. I actually am a good person. I'm not just playing that on TV. It's sort of what I realized recently. The reason I can relax is that I feel like, okay, I'm starting to believe it now. Like, it's been tested enough. My basic message and approach and stuff, I've tested it now enough. I've got enough clarity about how I feel about it when shit, like a lot of different things. It's all still coming together. It's kind of, it's a hard narrative to parse out at the moment because I'm tired and there's a lot of new shit going on narrative wise. I've got shit tons of narratives to process because we're in that cycle. We're in this cycle where all the new storylines are trying to add up, and we'll see where it takes us. My kid, Mercury in retrograde. The way he lost that last round was going backwards. It was like you used to do that stupid ass shit. You haven't done that shit in a while. What the hell? So we're all working shit out, making everything better for ourselves if we're willing to talk it all out, be honest, be vulnerable, because we recognize that being vulnerable is not really being vulnerable. It's being fair and decent and a human being. So it's like, okay, Big T came in here earlier and she was saying, well, how are you going to get a place? You don't even have a job. Like that kind of stuff. I do have a job again, but I refuse to hide from, try to sort of avoid referencing or otherwise be hidey or deceitful or dishonest in any way about what's going on in my life. I'm not going to, I refuse to do anything but own reality, The kid break the handle on his suitcase? No, I don't think so. No, I mean he did a bad thing with his debating is what I mean. He used to do, he doesn't do anymore. First of all, he split his neg into, he insisted on running this new thing that I prepped for me, even though it didn't apply, he sort of tried to shove it in there anyway, which is always a dumb idea. Then he ran a bunch of analytics, wasn't clean on the flow, didn't read any cards. Like that was you a long time ago. Why is all of a sudden that you now again in this last round of quarterfinal of this tournament? Well, the reason was because the guy threw him for a loop with a plan, but it played out as what he used to do. He no longer does it now until all of a sudden somebody surprises the shit out of him with a different approach, and he's just like, man, yeah. I have triggered people here online because when I encounter people who try to avoid accountability and are doing things that I consider to be unacceptable or wicked or need to be called out, and they don't want to be called out and they try to run away and hide and stuff, I try to be loud and shout and say, this is not acceptable and this person is meow, meow, meow. And then they don't like that. They don't like the light of day. They don't like me talking about them, whatever. And so they would try to get me. A lot of people will come in here and try to argue with me, and then by the end of the argument, I will have like toasted them, wiped the floor with them, and so then they run away and then snipe from the shadows from that point forward, such as Queen's weakness. I am fiery, yeah. I don't mean to hurt people, and I'm fair, but that means people have to be fair back or have some vulnerability. If people show me vulnerability, then my job at that point, my natural response at that point is to, meet them halfway as open, vulnerable human beings. People want to be continually adversarial and try to win and get increasingly spiteful and hateful when I'm not, their bullshit's not working. And well, I mean, that's fine, Archangel. Those people, though, especially don't want to be told they're wrong, but nobody does want to be told they're wrong. But that's my job. Tell people they're wrong when they're wrong. And tell people they're right when they're right. And tell people that I'm wrong when I'm wrong. Don't poop on your bed, Countess. Thank you, Bacon. That's exactly right. You're fallible. It's okay. If you make a mistake, you apologize, sacrifice your pride, and own up. You handle mistakes as well as you can. It's generally good advice to everybody. And I appreciate the extent to which it was directed at me, Bacon. But the point is, it's that part where you go, sacrifice your pride. Accountability avoidance syndrome seems to be an allergy to sacrificing any pride at all or conceding any, being humbled at all. I still need to get my cigarettes out of the car, even though I have those butts over there. I think I'm going to go get my cigarettes from the car. I'll be right back. I didn't do that before, but I'm going to do it now. Yeah, I go every couple of days. I'm gonna go tomorrow because I don't have any debate tournament. The novice division's over. The only way it could have gone to tomorrow morning is if my kid won quarters and semis. It's the only way it was even can conceivably go to Sunday morning because all the rest of the entries were at that point going to be Herbert Westlake. I blocked spite monkeys. I block people who come in here being spiteful and trying to express hatred towards me and trying to say things that are supposed to embarrass me or hurt me or whatever. Big T came in and said, "How are you going to get a place when you don't have a job?" Suggestive, be consistent anyway with FE tool function. Another reason to think that Big T probably is Tory, but I don't know. The thing is, so she's coming in and she really wants to hurt me, to embarrass me. But, obviously that I talk about that all the time. The reason she knows that is because I talk about it on the channel. Obviously, I'm not embarrassed by it. And I guess what she forgets, and or whoever put that shit there forgets, is that I've lived that life, man. I've worked those 60-hour weeks. I've made plenty of money and supported the family for years. I've done that shit. And I guess that doesn't justify me not doing it now. If I were appealing to you to support me because I don't have a job, you would say, well, the fact you used to do it doesn't justify you making any demands on me, Eric. You're perfectly right. Perfectly reasonable for you to tell me to get a job or shame me for not having one, I guess, even potentially if I were imposing on you too much. But of course, I'm not doing that to anybody. If anybody wants to complain about it, my dad can. I guess you could say imposing on him. I would say I'm being part of my family. And, I appreciate the opportunity to do so. I think it was Tori. I do have a job, God damn it. I just got back from work before I started the live stream. I spent all day at a debate tournament. I did yesterday, too. Just because I'm living at my dad's house doesn't mean I don't have a job. It's, ridiculous. Yeah, Matthew, you're right about my dad needs me, but it's not even like that. It's better and worse than that. IAG last than the FI Pullman agreement that it's whatever. It's like there's a mutual FI polar, genuine love and appreciation of the other person's total willingness and, in fact, desire to ignore each other and do our own thing. It's strange because, of course, my daughter and I really do adore each other. We're very close, except we're also not really down for all that mushy stuff. Neither of us. Like, hey, you're down with just fucking skipping out on this holiday shit, right? Yeah, totally. Thank you, Dad. Thank you. Of course, you and I are on the same page about this stuff. Like, Lila, hey, seriously, you do not feel obligated to come to my party. I don't even want to go to it. Thank you. Lila, do you want me to come? Of course, I don't want you to come to that thing. You're cool. Don't worry about it. Usually, when I call, it's like, you know why I'm calling. Yeah, you can come pick some up. You know why I'm calling, baby. That's my daughter. Becky again throws that out there for an email to my dad, too. Oh, speaking of my dad, something's going on out there. Let me go see what's going on. Can you guys chat amongst yourselves for a bit? Okay. I know you guys must be getting exhausted with the chatting amongst yourselves. I know how tiring that can be. If you can just please be patient for a few more minutes, I'm gonna have to just pee here with my penis. I'm gonna use it to urinate into the toilet, which is actually a sink. But when I'm done with that, I'll return to give you a break from all the excruciatingly tiring, exhausting chatting that you're doing right now amongst yourselves. Nectar of the gods. Hi, Pee-Pee. Oh, how many roads must a man walk down before he gets to the Boston market? Is it 3 blocks or 4? 4 blocks, Bob Dylan. The way you do the thing you do. No, Kate, we're not playing in and out, Kate, right now. I formally outlawed that game. You're just disobeying me. Is anybody here disobeying me? There's no obedience allowed. All the tests lately have told me EHP or INTP. Doesn't matter what they were testing for. I took a test to determine my blood type. Told me INTP. Took a drug test. Came back ENTP. Hey, relaxing rainwalker. Are you crazy? Or is the word monkey commented without parentheses banned? I mean, commented without quotes? Because monkey's not in parentheses. Do you think I have no idea? I'm not trying to say it. Eric, is the current James Bond a textbook ISTP? Well, I haven't seen the current James Bond movie, but in general, I would say James Bond is rather ISTP-ish. Yeah. You can't rely on those kind of tests unless somebody designs a better one. Some of them are fairly accurate. Some are, for some people, it's like all of them are susceptible to gaming. None of them are based on the right understanding of functions. To tell somebody their personality type is with an online test, just think about this. You're testing how somebody pays attention normally with a test that people are reading online and checking boxes of an answer. So you're going to have some pretty insightful questions for there to be a clear enough link from the answer to how they are actually paying attention. Yep. Nope, she really did. Not just like lie. She walks around the neighborhood and like vandalized in non-destructive ways other people's houses and stuff. Like, didn't break things, but went on unplugged lights and like uprooted things and that weren't plants, but like uprooted like little fixtures and things. I don't know. The cops came back and told me that she was doing shit like that, you know? The biggest problem with Rachel's episode at the time was I didn't know what it was. I didn't know what to do about it. And so I left her alone. I figured maybe it'll pass. She's in a quite a mood. I don't like the way Rachel is right now. I don't want to deal with her. I don't know what's going on. She needs to chill out. She needs to crash out or something. But isolating her, well, I didn't isolate her. I mean, just not being around her, just ignoring her basically was not a solution at all. It was obviously not a solution. So by ignoring it until it let it get bigger and bigger, and the end result was you let Rachel spin on in that state. She doesn't. What I kind of expected. Well, she'll tire herself out and then go to sleep, and she'll be fine. But she doesn't tire herself out. She just spins on and on and on, getting like the bare minimum of sleep a human can get to survive. I don't know what would happen if she's let it go on indefinitely, but yeah, she had a history of it. She told me about her previous hospitalizations. She hadn't necessarily liked the way they had gone down. This hospitalization it's weird. It's like ignoring. I just assumed that, well, she seems so normal. I'm sure that people overreacted or something. She didn't like the way she was treated in those instances. In a lot of instances, I had a hard time grasping what it was that she was diagnosed with and what it meant to be hospitalized. I liked her a lot, so I was trying to sort of reframe things back with her as the rosiest interpretation of that thing she was telling me, and she was sort of allowing me to believe that, I guess, by just not really correcting or whatever. But it's been perfect for us. Yeah, I think that if she hadn't had that episode, well, I think she had to have that episode so that I could understand how important she was to me, and also, it's so slabby. It's like it was such a clear and stark distinction between her kind of crazy, which was not accountability avoidance disorder, because when I tried to pin her down, I'm like, well, why are you, Rachel? Are you intentionally not understanding me, or are you trying to troll me? Are you taunting me? Are you doing a Kimberly thing? Where it's like, no matter, Kimberly never seemed to understand well enough to actually answer the question, whatever it was, because she was trying to be defiant all the time, you know? That was not the case with Rachel. And as soon as I realized that she was not willfully being difficult, she was not spiteful at all. She never became spiteful for a moment. And that it was so striking, the difference between a good person and a bad person. Rachel hates the fact that she has this mental illness, never uses it as an excuse for anything, takes responsibility probably too much in general, has been fighting a good fight without losing the ability to trust. She had a good childhood with some loving people taking care of her in her childhood. Grandmother loved her a lot, and her dad is a good guy, and he loved her as best he could. he didn't really start shitting on her until she was an adult, as far as I can tell. Came back home and proceeded to whittle away at herself until she was not mentally well at all. By the end of the time, they're probably compared to what she is now. So, if you have to live with injustice, if you live with persistent injustice, if your narratives aren't working right, in other words, truth and justice in the American way doesn't pay off. That when you make the right decisions and you do the right thing, even though it's hard for you, that you don't feel like you were rewarded but punished for it anyway. AAS people can make others feel that way, Right. And the other thing is how clearly the distinction is between whether or not somebody has a disorder, which is a persistent problem, being a persistent problem, versus I don't know what they call what she has, bipolar. I mean, is that a disorder too? But it's not like a BPD kind of disorder, because Rachel has episodes of craziness. And the thing is, even when she's crazy in those episodes of craziness, you can tell, and it's a huge difference between somebody who's spiteful and somebody who's not. And she's not spiteful, and she may have gotten a little bit nasty in terms of how she talked about various parties or something, but she never attacked me. She never really attacked anybody. She just, it's like she was done being nice and just sort of saying nasty shit and unpleasant things. Fuck these people, middle fingering everybody, driving around. Fuck you, just like, I remember laughing about it, which was like, Rachel, I don't like the whole girl going crazy thing here, but I gotta appreciate the sheer number of middle fingers it involves. I totally get you. It's just like, sometimes you really are like, I'm done being nice, and you can fucking suck it. I don't know, Cloud, could you? Possibly. But you don't seem like an introvert to me. You seem like a extrovert. I do. I love her unconditionally. And I mean that unconditionally. I don't even have to say like, well, there's one condition if she were to cheat on me. Rachel would never cheat on me in a million years. I love her unconditionally. I say that because the thing that you say, well, if she cheated, well, that's literally impossible. So I don't even consider it an option. So I love her unconditionally. That condition will never be met. I love her for such simple reasons, really. The dog video was a video of Rachel being her most nasty self, I guess you'd say, where she's saying things that necessarily going to elicit everyone to go, oh, come on, don't say that now. That's not nice. And she's going to be like, you know what? Fuck off, because I'm always nice. And then I got this one thing that I'm kind of pissy about, and I'm just, nah. And then sure enough. So the thing is, I can tell in no uncertain terms. You guys probably tell too. And I know her family can tell as well. Rachel is happy and healthy. And I am too. I mean, we make each other happier and healthier. She's my soulmate. She's the person I was destined to be with. She's the reason why I had the false prophet Kimberly, which was like the same storyline, right? Me rescuing a victim of a persecuting narcissist and then going to go kick that narcissist's butt, right? But that one, I did everything wrong. It was doomed from the outset. It didn't matter how well I did anything, but it was doomed from the outset. And yet I still did everything wrong enough to learn to all the things not to do the next time I did this. Now, it wouldn't have made it it wouldn't have made it any less perfect fit even if I hadn't learned all those things. But having learned all those things, I managed to not fuck it up before it could take full root and grow. Right now, I'm not worried about it. I'm quite certain that Rachel and I will never split up. I don't even stress about it. It's not. I'm not even pitching that line. I'm not telling that story. I believe that story because we're so on the same page about everything. We're so have the same biorhythms. We're meant to be. This is not just like I met a good compatible person. I met the one. That's a good point there, Bacon. We do have infrequent little arguments. The last time we had a little spat was in Berkeley. It was again about a dog. She again busted out the middle fingers because this guy had his dog off a leash. And of course, I don't like that because I used to walk my dog off a leash all the time, and I don't approve of her disapproval of that thing. There weren't even any cars there. But of course, what really was going on was Rachel had just left her phone in the Uber and was carrying heavy bags trying to find me on the Berkeley campus. I had asked too much TE of her, basically. But she made it. We found each other, and we figured it out. We ended up getting her phone back, all that stuff, Yeah. It's almost 10 o'clock. Let me scroll up a little bit, see what else is going on here in the old chatteroo. Host Eric, make what official? What am I supposed to make official? My relationship with Rachel? I'm definitely going to marry her. I'm not really, if that's what you mean by that, I'm not really in any hurry to get married because I don't really see the advantage of it. It's not the case that I didn't like Kimberly. I like Kimberly. I mean, I suspect if we had never been together in terms of sexually, that we would be friends. I wish the world were such that you could sort of excise that whole relationship and be friends. But at the same time, I could never possibly be friends with her now because there's a twin flaming thing between us. It's a twin flame thing. We both want to be the boss of the relationship. And the thing is, however, I could also be the follower if the other person is clear about what they want. I've done that before too. But at that point in my life, I guess I was looking more to lead a little bit. Kimberly didn't want to follow. Was accustomed to leading herself, even though she's an ISFJ. She being my girlfriend didn't fit into her identity. And she did the best she could with it, though. And I did the best I could, too. Did she have a lot of bad scripts that she read out loud? Yeah. She was reading out scripts from her childhood. You know, like there was stretch time there where it was very clear that Kimberly was projecting onto me the role of a parent favoring one child over the other because of my relationship with my daughter. And Kimberly's my girlfriend, but of course she's not my child, and I'm not supposed to have that kind of relationship with her at all. And yet there in BPD, there's this sort of mistaking of things like that. I guess it's because they're looking for, I mean, there's got to be some clear, well, they're just expecting a repetition of the past with people they feel strongly about. There's going to be a betrayal. There's going to be a injustice. I mean, one of the huge differences, though, is between Kimberly and Rachel is I'm really quite convinced Rachel emerged from childhood in pretty good shape with a secure attachment style, because Rachel has no problem with me kicking ass and taking names on her behalf. In fact, she wants me to. She's not goading me in some sort of hyper enthusiastic way. She tends to defer to my judgment on the matter. She doesn't really ask me to. She just comes to me with a problem, and I say, well, is it okay if I do this? Is it okay? Are you comfortable with this? Do you have any other input? Would you like me to do whatever? She's not driving the justice bus, but she's waving the flag and sending us off to war patriotically, saying, come back alive. Thank you for your service, kind of thing, which I appreciate, as opposed to Kimberly, who was for whom it was very much a conflicted matter. On the one hand, she knew she had to deal with these narcissists. She acknowledged that it was pretty clear at that point that these people were awful. And at the same time, she, it's like she didn't sign up for that. I think Rachel did sign up for that. And I mean, that's the nice thing about getting with somebody who's watched a lot of your videos before you're in a relationship with them. At least she had plenty of time to decide to know for sure that I was really the kind of guy she wanted to be with, to the best of her ability without knowing me personally, And when you're talking about an NI-DOM, well, they're probably going to be right if they get enough data. The more data that sits on top of an NI, the bigger kind of systems it can process and be right about. That's the thing about what makes NI slow is it's got to gather all the data and sort of position it on its NI grid and wait until it's all in place, and then it'll produce the answer. She managed the SI so well. It was a nice place to live. I liked the home. It was a homey place. It was comfortable in that regard. It appealed to my SI. It was an SI satisfying relationship in general. I remember I slept better in that relationship than I do either by myself or in this one. But by the same token, Kimberly did play the role of the SI dumb. She did a pretty kick-ass job of anticipating SI stuff. Once she learned what was needed and stuff, she'd have more of it right before it ran out. I think, God damn, I know we're out of those things. not open the fridge and be like a brand new 6-pack over there, anticipating kind of things. If we were feeling plush, of course, that was part of the problem too. We had money problems in that relationship. My autonomy business just sort of like dissolved and collapsed with the arrival of Kimberly, integration of that relationship, because everything turned like everything that she and I touched turned to shit, died, whatever. It just wasn't meant to be. The universe was howling in objection to this possibility. Of course, I had to go through it because I needed to make all those mistakes that one can make, know what to look for, have something to contrast against, so that I don't take Rachel for granted and say, okay, well, this is why. To understand why Rachel's crazy is just perfectly fine with me. That kind of crazy is fine, because if anything, it better validates the fact that Rachel's such a good person, that even when she's legitimately mentally ill, so much so that when I tried for the brief stretch of time when I was thinking, like, maybe this is an accountability thing, like, I'm like, now listen, you need to acknowledge this. You said this sentence to me. You said, when this other person, you're like, I'm sorry that I told you I liked the part that the other guy wrote. And, I was trying to like, are you intentionally being confusing? And when she revealed that when it came out, sort of, I don't know how she revealed it or whatever, or maybe she called me Billy, I guess. And I was like, wait a second. Do you think you're talking to your ex-boyfriend? Are you shitting me? And, I was like, at that point, I was like, and I was kind of escalating at a certain point. And then she said to me, this isn't you, Eric. You aren't nasty like this. You're loving and understanding and caring, or something like that. And I was like, all of a sudden my affect switched. I was like, oh, yeah, sure, you're right. I'm sorry. This isn't that kind of fight. You're not being avoidant. You don't have AAS. You don't need me to put my foot up your ass, You have an actual problem, and you're not actually even. I mean, she was doing some things wrong with the little vandalism shit. The garage was a problem, obviously. Well, look, it's just like Sredny Bashar. Conradin, the whole thing was he was trying to rebel against Mrs. Giraffe. So when he had his ceremonies, he stole nutmeg from her to use in the ceremonies. It was extra valuable, it was stolen. That's like that's the sort of thing that Rachel would do to act out when all these various vectors were combining up to just constrain her and reduce her and force her in various directions. She'd just be like, she'd periodically act out and do something like kind of dirty, like steal something or whatever. Well, it's everything's different when you're treated correctly, when you're valued adequately, and when your autonomy and your choices are valued. I'm not interested in telling Rachel what I think is best for her. I'm interested in her telling me what she wants or what's best for her, and me trying to make it happen. Let me scroll down with my scrollers, with my Captain Scrolly pants. Eric is ENTP. Is he an inventor? No. ENTPs are not inventors, okay? I don't like that notion of calling ENTPs inventors. I think it's misleading. PhDs don't invent inventions. We invent ideas. It's like my newest invention. It's a porcupine repelling placemat. So it prevents your eating area from getting overrun by porcupines. It emits low frequency hum that porcupines hate. And also, they smell a little bit like mountain lion musk, which is another smell that the porcupine is not so fond of. They tend to find that smell either frightening or, I don't know, intimidating, or maybe I smell too much like a lion that's going to eat me, something like that. How do you think it's going to sell? Porcupine replacement. Repel-A-Smat. It's called the Porcupine Repel-A-Smat. And, I mean, the thing is, one of the biggest problems with selling this product is that it's going to take a little bit of marketing, okay? Because in the status quo, almost nobody in America thinks about their risk of having a porcupine swarm invade their dinner. Why does nobody have porcupine repelling placemats in the status quo? Because in the status quo, people foolishly think they aren't at risk for porcupine inundation. Don't inundate me with porcupines, please. Shut up, I am going to inundate you with porcupines if I want to. I'm going to throw porcupines all at your face. I love throwing porcupines at your face, dog. Who's doing the what in the windwear? If the quills become erect, they could ejaculate prematurely. Right. You don't want any erect quills bespoiling Thanksgiving dinner. How many cubic milliliters of turkey should you subsume within a turkey sandwich before adding cranberry sauce? That was a math question I read the other day on the SAT. Acre feet. How many acre feet of water do you think I have in my aquarium? Less than 1 acre foot, I would guess. Fewer than 1 acre foot. No, I think less than 1 acre foot is correct in that instance. Why? I'm not sure. You're talking about distance, maybe? Nobody knows, Eric. Nobody cares. Only the lonely can play. If I've learned one thing over the last couple of days, is that states either ought to eliminate their nuclear weapons, or it is the case that states it is not the case that states ought to eliminate their nuclear weapons. One of those two things I've learned. I'm just not sure how much fur you can wear when a burly old bear was surely aware of my curly hair and sterling affair. I'm a real person, Blair. I am a real person, Blair. Truer words never had been spoken. Tonight, on Inspiring Moments in 1980s sitcom history, we look back to that exciting episode where the mentally disabled person goes to visit the girls in Facts of Life at the girls' dormitory at the school, where they live with that lady with the red hair. And then the special person comes, and Blair is treating her differently, being too nice and uncomfortable around her, and always being awkward because she doesn't know what to do with the special person. Then finally, the special person turns to her in the most dramatic scene, the teaching moment of this episode. It says, "I'm a real person, Blair." And Blair learns her lesson that day. Oh my God, I haven't been treating you like a real person. But I should have been. Tell me again what I've been missing here. And she explained again, "I'm a real person, Blair." And boy, did we all learn a lot that day. We learned a lot about what we were going to use going forward in making jokes about people like Blair's new friend. The absurdity and awkwardness and awfulness of the episode made all of us feel a little dead inside. But even though it was shockingly cringy, so much so that it took a while for it to rub off, to wear off, was persisted a lot longer than the pain of watching that episode. Much longer, decades longer. Has been the joy in that one simple, beautiful line. "I'm a real person, Blair," which will go down in history as one of 80s sitcom inspiring moments. I've been your host, the host of this show. Goodbye. Welcome back. This week on Inspiring Episodes of 80s Sitcom TV Shows, we're going to discuss the episode of Family Ties, where Alex's uncle is an alcoholic and needs help, and learns on that day that the first step is to admit you have a problem. Yes, in this inspiring episode of 80s sitcom Family Ties, Alex's uncle comes over and right off the bat says, "Hey, got a beer?" And, Alex's dad tosses him a beer. Hey, good times. They have a nice conversation. But guess what? In the middle of the night, Alex gets up and his uncle is hoging so hard for booze that he's drinking the vanilla extract and other such things. And Alex is like, "Hey, you know what? You're drinking the vanilla extract right now. Is it because you like vanilla so much? Just don't bother me. Leave me alone." "Uncle, you're drinking the vanilla extract, dog. I think you have a problem." But it's so vanilla-y. I love vanilla taste. I've never had something so vanilla-y. You just don't know, Alex. It's like, wow. Was he the drunk uncle in that episode? Did you Google it? You know the episode I'm talking about? It is. I'm not making the episode up. It really. He may not have been vanilla extract. He was drinking something like that, though. And maybe we can figure out what. That's a great trivia question. What was Alex's uncle drinking in the kitchen in the middle of the night when Alex busted him for being an alcoholic? The nice thing is about that episode, though, at the end of the episode, Alex's uncle, he was informed of this really helpful reality I hadn't heard of before, which is admitting you have a problem is the first step. And, once he admitted it, things look a lot better because from that point forward, he was on his way to help, the help he needed. And was sure, I don't doubt that Alex's uncle never relapsed and was immediately cured of his alcoholism. It wasn't a problem from that point forward. Once he learned, finally, that the first step is to admit you have a problem, it's cake after that. Easy sponge cake. Cloud, I am the extroverted person. The extroverted person for you. I have an extroverted person. Person to do. Well, to be fair, the Cloud's claim is justified. The reason for being an HP was that you invented technology and the HP is typically called an inventor. Now, let me think if I can go tell you about a third episode of Inspiring 80s TV shows. Inspiring 80s TV sitcom episodes. Let's see. You linked you to it? Okay. Let me see if I... Thank you, Eric Moore. I have written so many letters to many companies saying, I'm not sure if the inventor of the butt plug works here, but if so, please direct this letter to him. It's a thank you letter. It explains that my life, well, that basically, I started living when I inserted my first butt plug. The thing is, of course, I don't put them in my butt, but I juggle with them. I like to juggle. They're spectacular juggling bowls. And he just drank a whole bottle of vanilla. He did drink vanilla extract? I got it right? Wow. How long has it been since I've seen that? No EHP is afraid of a showdown with women. He doesn't block me and seems happy to see me. No, I'm not afraid of a showdown with women of that sort. I would be afraid of there was a time when I would have been afraid if the showdown with woman would have been like, meaning I'm going to try to hit on her and she's going to reject me in a dramatic way and sort of put me on sexual defensive in ways that I can't defend against. That's something I used to be concerned about. Not anymore. I'm really quite. I feel I'm running on as close to all cylinders as I ever have. There's plenty of skills and stuff to still develop, but most of the unresolved stuff that might drag one down a bit has been resolved for me on a metaphysical level. Most of it, and not all though. The one that really hasn't is I guess a lack of NISETE kind of stuff. Like my floating right now, my uncertainty. I need to sort of pick a course and follow it and figure out what I'm doing. But like I said, I really need to talk to my dad and see what he thinks. I want his advice. I want his input into it. Where's Kitty? Do you mean this Kitty? Oh, the P. Yes. Today you brought home another trophy. What did it say? Universe Kitty Pageant, first place. Capillo Strauss. Do you see this kitty? Do you see the wonderful beauty of her glory? Say it 1,000 times, it'll still be irrelevant. It's true. No matter how often I state that Capillo is the Universe Kitty Pageant winner, it is irrelevant. Her greatness so dwarfs that simple award, renders it irrelevant. That's how important this kitty friend is. So today we're going to read just a few short, hopefully not too over-articulated headlines here from Kitty Cat News, printing all the news that cats like to read that's fit to print. Yes, all the news that cats like to read that's fit to print, okay? In our leading story today, Capillo Strauss wins yet another kitty pageant. We asked her friend Eric what he thought. Well, I think she's an extremely special kitty friend. And what exactly do you think makes her so special? Well, I mean, that's like asking what makes the sun hot. It's a complex confluence of chemical reactions and God's farts. Little known fact, when the solar wind is when God lights his parts on fire. This is pretty much constantly, which is why there's always a solar wind. I see. And what does PP what does PP have to say about this recent win? You can ask her yourself if you want. Capillo, I'm sorry, I hate to bother you. I know you're a very important kitty. You look to be resting, but thank you for waking up anyway, Capillo. Okay, well, if we can ask you a brief question. So, what did it feel like to win this kitty pageant. Meow. It felt good. Meow. I see. How does this measure up against the World Championship pageants that you did last month and won that one as well? They're both great pageants. I enjoy the meow. Championships are obviously always stiff competition, meow. And it's a different kind of competition here, out in outer space, at the universe pageant. I have the spacesuit competition, which is an event they don't have on most Earthbound pageants. I don't need a spacesuit. My beauty protects me from the vacuum of space. Meow. So, meow. I usually win that one. Meow. Back to you, Eric. Eric, can you tell us more about Kitty Meow and anything exciting going on with her? Yes, so as you probably already know, her beauty is constantly re-astonishing me again for the first time forever without stopping relentlessly. And as a consequence, I'm sort of stunned into a state of constant re-astonishment, I suppose. I'll tell you what, I'm going to do a little bit more reading aloud since you guys are commenting upon my voice. I've got just the thing to read as well. Here's the other short story by this author that I like to read because it's so short. A fun story. My aunt will be down presently, Mr. Nuttall, said a very self-possessed young lady of 15. In the meantime, you must try and put up with me. Frampton Nuttall endeavored to say the correct something which should duly flatter the niece of the moment without unduly discounting the aunt that was to come. Privately, he doubted more than ever whether these formal visits on a succession of total strangers would do much toward helping the nerve cure which he was supposed to be undergoing. I know how it will be, his sister had said when he was preparing to migrate to this rural retreat. You will bury yourself down there and not speak to a living soul, and your nerves will be worse than ever from moping. I shall just give you letters of introduction to all the people I know there. Some of them, as far as I can remember, were quite nice. Frampton wondered whether Mrs. Sebleton, the lady to whom he was presenting one of the letters of introduction, came into the nice division. Do you know many of the people around here? Asked the niece, when she judged that they had had sufficient silent communication. Hardly a soul, said Frampton. My sister was staying here at the rectory, some 4 years ago, and she gave me letters of introduction to the people around here. He made the last statement in a tone of distinct regret. Then you know practically nothing about my aunt, pursued the self-possessed young lady. Only her name and address, admitted the caller. He was wondering whether Mrs. Sebleton was in the married or widowed state. An undefinable something about the room seemed to suggest masculine habitation. Her great tragedy happened just 3 years ago, said the child. That would be since your sister's time. Her tragedy? Asked Frampton. Somehow, in this restful country spot, tragedies seemed out of place. You may wonder why we keep that window. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Go way back up here. Wait. Oh, I see. That's okay. Yeah. You may wonder why we keep that window wide open on an October afternoon, said Denise, indicating a large French window that opened onto a lawn. It is quite warm for the time of the year, said Frampton. But has that window got to do anything with tragedy? Out through that window 3 years ago to a day, her husband and her 2 young brothers went off for the day's shooting. They never came back. In crossing the moor to their favorite snipe shooting ground, they were all 3 engulfed in a treacherous piece of bog. It had been that dreadful wet summer, you know, and places that were safe in other years gave way suddenly without warning. Their bodies were never recovered. That was the dreadful part of it. Here the child's voice lost its self-possessed note and became falteringly human. Poor aunt always thinks they'll come back some day. They and that little brown spaniel that was lost with them, and walk in at that window just as they used to do. That is why the window is kept open every evening till it is quite dusk. Poor dear aunt, she has often told me how they went out, her brother, her husband with his white waterproof coat over his arm, and Ronnie, her youngest brother, saying, Bertie, why do you pound? As he always did to tease her, because she said it got on her nerves. Do you know, sometimes, on still, quiet evenings like this, I almost get a creepy feeling that they will all walk in through that window. She broke off with a little shudder. It was a relief to Frampton when the aunt bustled into the room with a whirl of apologies for being late in making her appearance. I hope Vera has been amusing you, she said. She has been very interesting, said Frampton. I hope you don't mind the open window, said Mrs. Sappleton briskly. My husband and brothers will be home directly from shooting, and they always come in this way. They've been out for a snipe in the marshes today, so they'll make a fine mess over my poor carpets. So like you menfolk, isn't it? She rattled on cheerfully about the shooting and the scarcity of birds, and the prospects for duck in the winter. To Frampton, it was all purely horrible. He made a desperate but only partially successful effort to turn the talk onto a less ghastly topic. He was conscious that his hostess was giving him only a fragment of her attention, and her eyes were constantly strained past him to the open window and the lawn beyond. It was certainly an unfortunate coincidence that he should have paid his visit on this tragic anniversary. The doctors agree in order me complete rest and absence of mental excitement, avoidance of anything in the nature of violent physical exercise, announced Frampton, who labored under the tolerably widespread delusion that total strangers and chance acquaintances are hungry for the least detail of one's ailments and infirmities, their cause and cure. On the matter of diet, they are not so much in agreement, he continued. No, said Mrs. Sappleton in a voice which only replaced a yawn at the last moment. Then she suddenly brightened into alert attention, but not to what Frampton was saying. Here they are at last, she cried, just in time for tea. And don't they look as if they were muddy up to the eyes? Frampton shivered slightly and turned towards the niece with a look intended to convey sympathetic comprehension. But the child was staring out through the open window with a dazed horror in her eyes. In a chill shock of nameless fear, Frampton swung round in his seat and looked in the same direction. In the deepening twilight, 3 figures were walking across the lawn towards the window. They all carried guns under their arms, and one of them was additionally burdened with a white coat hung over his shoulders. A tired brown spaniel kept close at their heels. Noiselessly, they neared the house, and then a hoarse young voice chanted out of the dusk. I said, Bertie, why do you bound? Frampton grabbed wildly at his stick and hat. The hall door, the gravel drive, and the front gate were dimly noted stages in his headlong retreat. A cyclist coming along the road had to run into the hedge to avoid imminent collision. Here we are, my dear, said the bearer of the white mackintosh, coming in through the window. Fairly muddy, but most of it's dry. Who was that who bolted out as we came up? A most extraordinary man, a Mr. Nuttall, said Mr. Appleton. Could only talk about his illnesses and dashed off without a word of goodbye or apology when you arrived. One would think he'd seen a ghost. I expect it was the spaniel, said the niece calmly. He told me he had a horror of dogs. He was once hunted into a cemetery somewhere on the banks of the Ganges River by a pack of pariah dogs and had to spend the night in a newly dug grave with the creature snarling and grinning and foaming just above him. Enough to make anyone lose their nerve. Romance at short notice was her specialty. What a satisfying story. What a well-written story. So well written. Wow. I like it. Your sample is 1. Hey, I only need 1 sample, buddy. I need 1. That's all I need. Just drop a beat. That's good. That's all I need. Just put that on repeat. It's the only sample I got. It's the only sample I need. I'm a rapper who raps with just 1 sample. I don't have any other samples. I know not one ENTP personally. You know me. I'm an ENTP. Yo, CJ O'Connell. Are you my host, CJ O'Connell? You want Mo CJ O'Connell? I said, yo, CJ O'Connell. I knew a fellow named CJ O'Connell who lost his bucket inside of his mama and then crawled up in there and pulled it back out. CJ O'Connell, get out of there, she shouted, didn't even bend up. That's your song, CJ O'Connell. That's your song. Everybody knows that's your song. He isn't even creative with insults. What any dumb question mark? Lol. Who's not creative with insults? I hope you're not saying I'm not creative with insults, because that's being a pretty creative insulter to me, and I don't like that. Well, it's fairly obvious to anyone because it's a sad song. Yeah, it's a little bit of a sad song. Of course, it's a little sad song. Oh, relaxing rainwalker. PP, did you hear what relaxing rainwalker said to you? She loves you too. I love you, PP. You're a wonderful, 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 amazing, 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 spectacular, good, wonderful, spectacular, amazing, good kitty. And I glove you with the gloves that I bought from the Isotona factory. Making kitty love is making kitty hot. Yeah, it's a kitty cat factory. Oh, me? Am I in SI mode constantly? I would say he's the type who has been invited to dinner. He's my invitation recipient. He's my dinner invitation purchasing super chatter. Oh, you missed a good song about you, CJ O'Connell. You missed the whole song. Wow, that was a pretty tight song too. You once called someone a needle dick fly fucker. I mean, she was in this live stream at the beginning of it. She went to bed. You gotta remember, she's 3 hours later than me. Anchor Jason Blood, I want to explain something. What you're experiencing right now is refining. I've already gone through this head banging phase with Cloud, where I banged my head against the wall to no avail. And I can't type you quickly right now. I don't know, but it's up here. I would say that he needs to be not inconsistent with stuff I've seen from you. Yeah, I'm tired. I said that. I did. I'm saying that right now again. I'm saying, see, he still gets me too. Look, the bottom line is this. This is how he wins. Anchor Jason Blood. He gets you to, he says shit that's fucking like patently false. And you go, what? That's not true. You go, oh, you're not making any sense. You start arguing with him. It's just, don't even waste your time. All right, you're all INTJs. Congratulations. Enjoy. Enjoy being INTJs. Winston's mom, we got some company now here. Okay. I've touched everybody's INTJ. Remember, because I'm the expert on typology, that means what I say goes. And that means you all have to be INTJs now. If you're here and you heard me say that, you have to change your type to INTJ and be INTJ from now on. If you're not very INTJ-like, you need to become more like INTJs. Change who you are. There's officially now something wrong with you if you are not. If you are Nizat, actively condemning yourself for not being more like an INTJ. All right, look. Do you want to have to get onto my INTJ doomsday clock shit list? You don't, do you? I have a doomsday clock. I'll put you on it. I'll put you on the board. You know, there are 13 Nobel laureates on the doomsday clock board. It's a good reason to believe that warrant. What's our big picture? How many pictures are big? How many pictures are small? How many medium pictures do you have in the hall? SE4 sounds like some tricky fun. Would I become a girl? What IDF everyone typed here that you were a girl? I mean, put it this way, Anchor Jason Blood. Your example / analogy is good and a textbook ENTP move. And interestingly, it's like, that's a great, yeah, you're probably an ENTP. You're almost certainly an NTP of some kind. Definitely TI, definitely NE. That's a good example. It's so legit. Of course, yeah. So straight up legit. I like it when my ship comes in and it's totally legit. Legit. I like it when my ship comes in and its name is Bridget. Bridget. I love it when my tit comes in and it's full of nipples. Nipple. I like to milk a woman of her bosom in my coffee. It's a flavor that takes much getting used to. 'Cause grown-ups aren't meant to subsist on some breast milk, and thus the taste buds don't expect to. Now, granted, it has been many long years since flavor of human milk tasted like tears. That's not exactly how it tastes at all. Rather, it tastes like the gamey and fallen of leaves. You kind of don't like that idea? Cloud is correct. You must be fair. Who am I being unfair to? I do. If it doesn't seem like it, probably you're not paying that much attention, or it's possible Cloud's not right very often. But yeah, I'm fair. I'm as fair as a county full of pigs and horses and stuff. I'm as fair as the money you pay to get on a bus. I'm as fair as the trade that was used to buy that canned coffee. CJ O'Connell. CJ, seriously though. Number one club hit 2021. The CJ O'Connell song from earlier. It's a good one. Just so you know, Eric, I'm the one that breaks the balance when you like to dislike. So, for example, when the videos 1511, I like it. So then they're more than. Thanks, IHE last. I find the whole like dislike things weird. I like all the dislikes kind of. It's a badge of honor or something. I don't think YouTube cares anyway. I don't think it affects anything. Not my favorite type of coffee, but when the breast milk hits it, something magic happens. Sure, of course. Well, it's just like my face. When the breast milk hits it, something magic happens. The only way I am going to keep my skin, silky smooth, is a face full of breast milk. Well, it's I guess really the only thing that a human body makes that you could eat. Right. I mean, you could eat other things, but you could actually use as food for more than a week. Well, I'm not talking about regular milk, Cloud. I'm talking about ooh la la milk. Straight from the udder, as they say. Straight from the MF and udder. Yeah. That's right. Well, hook her up to an automatic milking machine. KJ, why do you have to say that? I know that's freaking disgusting. Seriously. Japan is weird, I'm sure. They'll eat anything over there. You're not drinking anything from the human body. Well, it is true that of all the liquids made by human beings, that's the only one you really should drink is the milk, the human milk, the boob juice, as they call it. Hot, delicious boob juice. I mean, it would be kind of just great to be in a relationship where every morning your wife breastfed you for breakfast. You just had for breakfast, all you had was human breast milk. Because, first of all, I bet you that's just as good as a bowl of frosted mini wheats, which lasts you all the way to lunch. Depends how much you drink, of course. Drink till you're full, I suppose. You just drink till you're full. Boob juice is fine for anybody. Now, personally, I don't think I could do that because I don't think I really like the taste of it very much. But I like the idea of it. I like the idea of every morning starting my day by having a titty in my mouth, you know? It's like, now this is what I guess I just want to go back to childhood and just probably I was taken off the tit too young. My parents probably put me on a bottle at a young age or something. Archangel, will you stop trying to fake like you're not Ampuneck? Boob juice, boob juice, boob juice, boob juice. I said he was you, Countess. That's what I said. That's good. Okay, fine. I believe you. I mean, I have my doubts anyway. Maybe you weren't him. I don't remember. I wasn't paying that much attention. Said something that pissed me off in a way that resembled something you say, and I thought it was you, and I was pissed at you, so I was like, no, Countess, you're getting mad. First you're getting mad, and then you come back and you say, I don't care if you meow me because I'm gonna meow you with another meow. And I said, I was getting mad too. And then I can hear him again. I was like, meow again. And then like Ampianic said, meow, 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 meow. I was like, you too, you're Countess too. Get out of here, you. Meow. And I meowed him. A little bit of this and a little bit of that, a lot of this and a lot of that. Everything everybody wants to bat. Pop, 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 pop. It would be hard to harvest enough breast milk to supply the demand. Hey, it's just me. How much do I need? Okay, fine. I've never been a fan of chocolate boob juice. Actually. Because, first of all, it's cold by the time you drink it. If you drink it straight from the boob, still warm. Warm is 98 degrees warm. It's just like, what a delicious, that's a thirst quenching warm beverage, is what I imagine one would say. If one were, have one's head nestled in the breastal region of the wife. Bukkake breast sucking parlors, huh? Basically, a wet nurse. You know what I'm curious about is if we could somehow make that so commonplace for me that it would be non-sexual enough that I could have an actual wet nurse come in and feed me every morning and not count as any kind of cheating or anything. Just because I'm assuming, obviously Rachel, even if she were at some point to get pregnant and have a kid and start lactating, she's not going to be lactating forever. And once you get onto breast milk on a regular basis, if you decide you want to go back to solids again, well, I mean, it's rough on your digestive system. So I think probably in the status quo, part of the problem we're going to have such indigestion is that I've been moved on to solids too soon. And so, yeah, you're hooked when you got to commit. It's fine for me to have like solids for dinner, I guess, but I really should just have breast milk for the rest of the day. Otherwise, I'll get colicky. You don't want me to get colicky, do you? No, I don't want that. I don't want any diaper. See, that involves excrement or urine. I'm a bit of a hygiene freak about sexual intercourse in general and associated things. I mean, I'm much less of a hygiene freak with Rachel than I ever have been before because Rachel has this uniquely weird quality of never being gross, even when she's gross, you know? But no, there'll be no inclusion of any PP into my sexual intercourse. It's not the right fluid for the occasion. Obviously, it should go without saying. The fact that anybody actually does, or people who actually disagree with this, is fucking horrifying. But obviously, you don't want to include any poo-poo in your sexual intercourse. That's why you don't even hump that hole. Don't hump that hole. That's not the right hole to hump. Completely stay away from all poops. That all poop and poop-related matters stay inside that hole, and you don't go inside that hole. You go use the regular hole, the normal hole, the right hole, or the top hole. You got two perfectly serviceable holes there. Top hole's great, front hole's great, no back hole. Okay? Not hygienic. Right. Well, I mean, look, whatever is exit or inter only, I'm just saying that's not where your penis goes during sexual intercourse. Don't hump that hole. Right. I'm not saying you can't email the anthrax. I'm saying you're not going to be included in my life play because I don't like gross shit like that. There's going to be no scene of my life play that cuts to you in the bedroom because, you know, I don't trust you to always hump the right holes. And so I'm sorry. I am not going to condone a lack of hygiene when a person is making sexual intercourse at a woman or a man. Frankly, I'm not going to be sexist. I'm not going to condone bad hygiene when either gender is making sexual intercourse at the other one. But listen, if it starts to happen, probably the lady, when this starts to happen, you just need to say this. Hey, you're making your sexual intercourse at the wrong hole. Don't hump that hole. That one's no good. It's filled with poop. It'll get on your wood. Yeah, email anthrax. I know. You can. So, you know, it's also true. Email anthrax, for example. Hey, I cleaned this toilet really well. And after I was done cleaning, I flushed it down really well. It's clean. Now you just get down there and drink out of it. You know? Is that what you want to do? That's what you're saying, email anthrax. That because you can clean it, it's perfectly fine to go there. I can clean the toilet, doesn't mean I want to drink out of it. See what I'm saying? I can clean off my dog, doesn't mean I want to lick his junk. Well, obviously you couldn't drink out of a brand new toilet I found bacon. It doesn't have any water in it until you install it. God. Can you imagine? I just picture bacon sitting in the Home Depot looking at the display toilets and trying to drink out of one of them. Oh, no. I'm not tongue punching any fart boxes. Absolutely not. I don't want to hear any gross shit either, okay? No grossness allowed. I will say this. For the absolute first, Rachel, for the first time in my entire life, have I ever understood, like, okay, I see why you want to hump that kind of. She's got an adorable little anus. I mean, just adorable. Like, just out of the magazines. Just perfect little anus. She's just perfect in, like, all of her junk and everything is all like, tap, pap. Just like picturesque or photogenic or whatever. And womanly and you know, makes you just want to hump her, obviously. But I still don't want to hump her butthole. I mean, I'll put my finger up there and clean it when we're taking a shower. I mean, it is adorable. You just kind of want to stick something up there a little bit. Bend over. I'm gonna clean you here. Uncle Erica makes me uncomfortable when you talk about Aunt Rachel like this. Hey, look, I'm just keeping it real, dog. When a man and a woman are in love, sometimes in the shower, the man just needs to clean his woman off, and sometimes that does involve sticking his finger up her butt. Okay, yeah, don't be so anal. I do have a child, a wonderful child. The child is named Delilah. She's my daughter, my gorgeous daughter. And all the boys want to hump her as well. Well, I have Kisty with Rachel. I might have kids with Rachel if we could figure out if she wanted to. I mean, look, there's a point where I said I'm not going to have kids with her because I don't want her to have to stop taking her meds, and in order to get pregnant, she'd probably have to do that, and then, if by safe you mean do I pull out and pray? Yeah. Pull and pray, buddy. Pull and pray. That's my wife for the rest of my life, so it really doesn't matter. Except if we're gonna have a kid, I want to. I'd rather make that decision rather than just have it happen. Does Rachel have health problems? Yeah, her breasts frequently go out of alignment, and I've got to spend a lot of time realigning them. Periodically, the inside of her butthole gets dirty, and I got to stick my finger up there to clean it out. Her vagina needs frequent probing, and there's big health problems. You take her temperature a lot. Big health problems. Her boobs are remarkably similar. One's slightly bigger, but she's got amazing tits too. It's just like she's like A+ lady parts lady, you know? I mean, it's really almost unbelievable how pert these things are because they're so big, but they're just like, she's got some sort of weird anti-sag thing going on in her boobs. They get bigger and smaller, depending on if she's putting on weight or not. She puts on weight fast. She cuts weight pretty quick too, I guess. I don't know. But the thing is, she's none of that shit matters really. It's so totally secondary. The main thing about Rachel is that we're totally on the same page about everything. We see eye to eye fundamentally about what ought to be about things. And that's the most important thing. Cloud, you are equally masculine and you're about as feminine as a really masculine lesbian. That's the feminine part of you. Equally masculine and masculine. I have no idea. It's just her genetics, I guess. It's like, I remember when I first started getting with her, it's like, I almost didn't want to want to squeeze them too much because they was just so hurt. I was like, I'm gonna mess them up and they're not gonna be like this anymore. Seriously, I would have thought that. But no, they still like that. Even as they've gotten bigger, they're still just like, if anything, it's like I don't think there's enough skin to hold it all in there. They're so pert. They make me want to use pert as a shampoo. Things that are pert. That'd be a good that'd be a good Family Feud question. Survey says 100 people surveyed. Top one answer on the board. Things that are pert. Titties! Boobs! One in the audience is like, shut up. Very sports for titties. Right, yeah, I know. But the thing is, they're remarkably resilient things, right? Boobs and badge lips as well. They are really, they pop right back into shape after you're done with them. It's like they're made to be played with. The lady parts are. That's what they're tough. Lady parts are tough. You know, like you can. They're not some wilting pansies. Ladies, women's are less than wilting pansies. Okay, I'm gonna smoke this cigarette outside of this door. Oh, they're much tougher than you think, Eric Moore. A baby can come out of there. Okay. A baby. A human baby. You're not that big. I mean, you may be a self-satisfied fellow, but you're not a human baby. And they bounce back. Shouts out to the lady pots. They always bounce back. It's like this episode of Oprah or something like that where like they did there's some lady on it's one of those kind of, Dr. Philly kind of Oprah things. And the lady they were interviewing, they cut to like a separate clip where they were interviewing her one-on-one. And so, well, what are you thankful for? Thankful for this, I'm thankful for this. And I'm thankful to my vajay for taking the D so well. Thankful to my little BJ for taking the D so well. Is that a Oprah interview quote? What I just said? Yeah, that was a quote. Very, very close to it. Keeping those boobs from sagging, how does one do it? Well, Matthew, let me tell you, as I explained to Rachel before, the reason boobs sometimes sag is that the boobs will go out of alignment. And it's not something a woman can fix herself. They get out of alignment, and if he doesn't have anybody who knows what he's doing to fix those things, to get them back aligned, then gradually she starts having various problems. So what I try to do for Rachel is, on the daily, or if occasionally I skip a day, I mean, it's bad the next day, but on the daily, I try to do a lot of aligning of those things, to make sure they stay in alignment. That helps. Requires, basically, you got to get, start at the bottom, squeeze all up around there, get to do a little bit of this thing, You get the general gist of it. It takes a lot of adjusting. But anyway, once they're all adjusted, then that's, I guess, adjusting a woman's breast seems to produce a compelling need to take her temperature as well. So, that's just how it is. If you had a son, would you have him circumcised? No, but I might have him circumnavigated. Probably I would. I guess you just walk around in a circle. Would you like his son circumcised? No, we'd like him circumnavigated, please. Circumnavigated? Yes, we'd like you to plot a course around him and then execute that course, probably. If one is respectful, is it appropriate to approach a woman in any public place? You gotta read it if you were gonna do that. The thing is, KJ, right? If you're asking that question, then you're worried about the wrong thing. A little bit. Oh, I see. If one is respectful. I actually read that as, is it respectful to approach? If one is respectful, I mean, I would say it's appropriate to approach a woman in any context when it's appropriate to approach a woman. So there's got to be something more than just your desire to approach her. But you can sort of make that happen. Email Anthrax, I'm glad to see I've got a PhD level colleague here. I have a PhD as well. I also have a MD and a bryrocractic credentialing, which is like chiropractic but for breasts. And I also was awarded most boob touchiest doctor. 6 years running now. And when Rachel's done from her trip to my doctor's office, she knows that her boobs have been squozen a lot and touched a lot. She knows that, and that's how there comes she's safe. She knows that she's gotten the treatment. She can relax for at least probably 6 or 8 hours. And then they may be out of alignment again, depending on how enthusiastic I am on a given day, I guess. A guy in Britain just walked up to a girl and got arrested, and all he did was tap her on the shoulder. Huh. Sorry to hear that. Right. I think I sprained my ankle. Okay, let's get that shirt off. Yep, and the bra. But my ankle. Your ankle will wait. I know what causes these sort of things. Okay, so tell me, what were you doing? Take out the bra. There you go. What were you doing? Walking. Well, those things don't just happen by accident. That seems like an accident to you. It's a breast alignment problem. It causes you to get clumsy and stumble. And okay, yeah, get in the stirrups. You just get up onto that chair and you just get up in that stirrup, okay? Let me insert a couple of temporary things into here while I examine your boobs. All right, well, I know you say you didn't hurt your boobs, but they look hurt to me. They look out of alignment. Have you not been paying attention to that? What, are they always like this? Right. So the thing about approaching a person in a public space is it should be an opportunity like that recommends the occasion. If you're going up and touching somebody on the shoulder, you certainly shouldn't get arrested for it. But it's also the case that, well, you remember my advice about how to approach women? Does everybody remember it? When you're approaching a woman, do not approach them from behind. Do not approach them from the front. Do not back into them from the front. Approach them from the side and stand close to them. They feel less threatened that way. Don't come up behind me and tap me on the shoulder, or I might turn around really quickly, karate chop you, and find myself in jail for murder. I don't feel bad about being circumcised. I don't think it's a bad thing. I don't like go. I wish you hadn't circumcised me, Mom and Dad. Scoliosis. Yeah. Severe osteoporosis. You got your scoliosis. You got your heavy breast back syndrome. Now look, with large breasts like these, when they're out of alignment, they're going to take even more blood away from your brains, okay? So we don't want that. Really? Uh-huh. Yes, sweetie. That's right. Miss Lepelosa, I see you're here today to just fill out some paperwork and get a hearing test. All right, let's take you in here and get you out of those clothes. Yeah, well, you can't get your hearing tested while you're wearing clothes. Come on now. Take them all off. There you go. Do you hear this? That's me squeezing your boob. Do you hear it? I'm asking you. How well do you hear it? Well, I'm squeezing the other one now. So is it twice as loud? That's what I'm asking. Or less than twice as loud? Are your ears the same volume? Okay. Can you hear this? Yeah. I can't understand you anymore. You're sounding. I can't understand what you're saying. It's very muffled. Okay. I'm asking if you can hear it when I do this. Good. Okay. Now listen to me as I slap you on the ass. There, you hear that? Ow! I asked you, did you hear it? Yes, I heard it. Okay. Now how about this one? Ow! Was that louder or softer? Louder? Good. Boy, my doctor is really thorough. I went in to pick up my prescription. He said I needed another full checkup. I've been there for like an hour. Anyway, yeah, I guess the insurance pays for it, so yeah, it turns out I was fine. I didn't have a fever. He checked out for a long time. I didn't have a fever though. And he was really thorough. He said I guess he kept getting bad readings on that. And I guess my cervix is fine. My cervix is working properly, apparently, he said. He checked that a lot. He kept check, pull back. And he said that's part of the protocol. Okay, I gotta pee now. Then I'm gonna come over here. I'm gonna lie down. And I think for maybe we're at 4 hours. So I think for the last 10 minutes or so, we might have live streaming in the dark. Would that be romantic, everybody? I think it might be pretty romantic. If you're looking for romantic vibes, look no further. I'm playing love songs tonight. If you love a woman well, admire her from afar, and never talk to her, just write her creepy letters. That's one of the more, one of the songs that, I remember taking the advice of that song when I was a teenager, and boy, it didn't work well. I don't know who wrote that song, but terrible dating advice. If you want to impress a girl, stare at her relentlessly from across the room, then follow 100 feet behind. Leave gifts of coffee on her doorstep, 'cause that's the kind she likes. So anyway, to answer the question, Rachel would have health problems, but fortunately she has a very attentive doctor. Right. Right. Urination. Extract of my drinks. I'm releasing all my drink extracts. Releasing all the drink extracts. Dropping all the drink extracts into the toilet now. I know. Hmm. Ah. Oh, meow. Hello. I like the idea of calling urine drink extract. First time I ever thought of that. Drink extract. It's a good name for urine. You know, anthrax. This is the thing. It's so. This is the thing that smart people, smart guys always make the mistake of doing. And they really do consistently make this mistake. They think that it's up to the girl. That the girl knows what they want, and it's the guy's job to make sure the girl wants him before he bothers her or whatever. And then you sit around wondering, I wonder if any girl will find me interesting. But the reality is, it has to be the opposite. You have to like somebody. You have to be attracted to them. And then you have to make it happen. Or at least convey that to them. You've got to girls don't know. It's like they don't know any more than guys do. There's a presumption amongst NTPs who are thinkers and NTP males that girls understand what's going on with girls and guys. Clearly. And that girls are more secure about sex and relationships and dating and stuff. And it's just simply not the case. If anything, they're less secure about it. And what they need, really, the way to get a girl more than anything else, is to, with confidence that's not faked and not cocky and not presumptuous, to express to them honestly that you like them, that you're interested in them, and that you're intending to pursue them until they tell you no, a clear no. At which point you stop pursuing them. No, KJ, right? No. Look, girls and guys have the mirror image of the same problem. With guys, once you figure out once you're okay with yourself, or an action type or whatever that's just opportunistic, I guess. But for getting SE DOMs, once you're fully okay with yourself, then you understand yourself differently. And I would approach a woman now. If I were to approach a woman, I'd approach them with a great deal of compassion and caution, because I'm I feel like I guess that that the possible impacts of that kind of thing, of dating in general, to individuals are too great. And so it's important to be really careful about the whole thing and yada, yada, yada. But, yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing is be clear. Be clear what you're after. And in fact, when I first learned that lesson, I was very kind of hilariously, awkwardly clear about it. Like, just to be absolutely clear, this is a date, and that means I'm interested in, at some point, trying at least to have sexual intercourse with you. And if you're not at all interested in that with me, potentially, thinking again at the time, still mistaking the idea that thinking that they know more, Don't beat around the bush or you're in the friend zone is one way to put it. But another way to put it is know what you want and try to get it. And, try to get it by being responsive to her, not by imposing on her. So what that means is, ease into shit. Like, it's fine to be straightforward, but try to be smooth. And when you start the physicality shit, don't dive straight down to the junk or the boobs necessarily, and then just sort of let physicality begin in more and less explicitly sexual ways. A lot of times when Rachel and I have sexual intercourse, it starts with just FI time, which is to say, I'm not even sure. We're lying down there specifically for the purpose of feeling FI for each other. And plenty of times it doesn't result in sex, which is fine too. And that's one of the things we both appreciated about the relationship early on, is that we can have a lot of physicality that doesn't end up being all the way sex. In sex, we still like to be physical sometimes, So it's like I nowadays, if I had to do it again, I'd be very straightforward and honest about, as I always have been, about what I'm looking for, which is a long-term relationship. And I'd go into it now realizing people are very skeptical about that claim. They assume you're bullshitting. When I was peeing over there a second ago, yeah, well, are you gonna need to pee, Eric Bohr? It's a core thing. You have to have a clear sense of right and wrong and good and evil and stuff, and a decision to be on one side or the other. And one of the things that's settled into place a lot for me of late is that my understanding of morality is good enough, which is to say, I can make all the nuanced distinctions as to whether something is an acceptable behavior or not, and not really run the risk of being wrong. How does one hijack the frame? I mean, like, There's a simple example of what I did to my kid yesterday. I told him there are exactly two ways that your opponent can win under your framework. They can win with they can win on post-fiat impacts, but they have to be discursive, or they can win on pre-fiat impacts. So what can they win on? Post-fiat discursive impacts and pre-fiat. And what else? I don't know. Anyway, asked a few times until finally I told them what the answer obviously is nothing. That's why they can do exactly these two things and nothing else. Now, if I had asked the question, and can they do anything else besides those two things? He would have said no. But because I said, and what else can they do to win the round? Okay, and so what else can they do to win the round besides those two things? Come on, Jeffrey, what else? That's frame-walking somebody. Just because I asked the question one way or the other way depends on whether he knows the answer or not, even though he knows the answer either way. But because I ask it in a way that presumes that there's an answer to it, he thinks there must be an answer to it. There is, but the answer is nothing. Another example of frame walking would be hijacking the frame. It's like what I did with Rachel's situation. I had the same situation with her mom when Rachel first came out here. I tried to call back there to say, okay, hey, Rachel's going to come back to New York now, but I'm a little concerned about the situation there. And yeah. And they wouldn't talk to me at all. That's why she never went back there. Do I framework people in everyday life other than teacher-student relationships that are unethical at times? I think it would be unethical if I were to do it for the wrong reasons or in the wrong way. In general, I would say that I don't do that mostly. Mostly I don't. And if I do it sort of out of habit, and they're struggling with the answer, I'll just be like, do you know what I just did? Come on. I just did this, and this is what you should say. But regardless, my point is, I really do prioritize as the most absolute value of all, being objective about my own shit, about my own bullshit. It's a high priority for me to not believe my own bullshit, to try to default back to the most balanced and honest explanation. So it's like when I was talking about the case with Jeffrey today, and I was arguing our side, and I was like, well, of course, you could interpret it like this, or like this, even though it was in the middle of talking about sort of a basic fundamental philosophy difference in debate. But nevertheless, I still made my advocacy and also made my opponent's advocacies. I usually do that, in general in life. Because I want people to be fully informed. It's the only way you can really attain consent is when both parties are fully informed. And I believe in consent. I believe in consensuality in general. And I think I love the way that the the whole Neckio loins thing plays into all my other narratives because it explains how important it is that we use language right. She might say, well, there's nothing consensual about you talking about me on the internet. That's not the sort of thing when one talks about it being consensual or not. What would be consensual would be if I would like secretly record her and then publish it without her approving it, that would be non-consensual. Like when she agreed to make a video with me, actually sought it out, made the video with me, uploaded it to my channel, that was consensually something we did. Now, to the way that when she then violated that on privacy grounds, that was non-consensual because she forced it on me in the sense that she went back on the implicit contract we had when we made that video in the first place, which is you don't get to change your mind about this content later. This is my video, it belongs to me now, and like an actor in a movie or something, they can't say, you know what? Yeah, don't show any more Star Wars. Yeah, I played Luke Skywalker and I said I don't like the movie anymore. Oh, well, okay, no problem there. No problem there, Luke. After all, your inclinations outweigh everybody else's opportunity to listen. I like rap music. I like to listen to it. I like to put it in my car when I go down the street. I like to hear the MCs talk about how the other MCs are so clever. I like rap music. I like to listen to it. I like to put it in my car as I drive down the street. I like to hear the MCs talk about how they're better than the other MCs and more clever. I like rap music. I like to listen to it. I like to put it in the car when I go down the street. Who here likes rap music? Who here likes to listen to it? You know, Anthrax, that's not my fly. That's my zipper. Big difference. Big difference. If you want to know the difference between my fly and my zipper, just look in your mom's face. Then you'll see what I'm talking about. You'll be like, dag, Eric. I'll be like, I know, right? And you'll be like, dag, though, dog. And I'll be like, I know, right? And then we'll have a back and forth like that. It'll last for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. I like rap music. I like to listen to it. I like to put it in the car when I go down the street. I like to hear the MCs talk about how they're better than the other MCs and more clever. Mike Crotch is rapping. A one-act play. What was I going to tell you? Something so important. I just wish I could remember. I wish I could know. I wish I could wish. I wish I could whoa. I've got to go poo. Now up my butt. Don't be so jealous. You know what I'm talking about. Hey, Eric Moore, listen. Don't be jealous because I have to poop and you're constipated. One of these days, you too will consume sufficient, what do they call it, roughage, that you too will be able to poop. CJ, that might just be your NI being like, hey, that's a pattern. Kind of hard to distinguish your NI and your knee. Sometimes they kind of mush together like my big thigh, my knee. Do you know what the knee does? It lets you move your bottom part of your leg independently from the top part of your leg. That's my dream too. A knee. Yeah, and he's like a shotgun, and I like a sniper. I gotta poop so bad, it's making me crazy. It's making me weird. You know how when you have to poop really bad, it makes you weird? It's like, oh, I'm weird. I remember this from childhood. Like, I'd be sitting outside playing and have to poop, and I really wouldn't want to go inside because I was playing. And I start feeling all weird, like, I'm weird. I have to poop so bad, I'm weird. Yeah, I tell you what I do think as well is that if I do poo anywhere, who you think that you poo diddly choo dee ba ba dee da poo doo dee da da. Now look, do we have any moderators in here? We got trolls are coming. I don't think we really have any moderators left in here. You pooped out a softball-sized poop once, huh? Pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah, I mean, I had a poop the other day. It wasn't all like a big brah, but I remember just it was a long, just it was like a soft serve, you know. And it's a lot of poop, I thought. And I already pooped earlier, but then where in the world was all that poop in my body? How could it even fit up all in there, so much of it? It's ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, I must have an extra storage compartment. It's the only thing I can understand and explain. Okay, you guys, and it's wrap this up 4.5 hours. It's quite a long live stream. I'm gonna go inside. I'm gonna poop. I come back out here and go to bed. Go to sleep with my sleeping parts. Thanks for being here. Don't forget to do plenty of cheers.